So we'd like to start. What? So we would like to start. Brigitte, can you take a seat? Calling out one person always helps. Okay. Good morning, or how we say here in Bavaria, habe die Ehre.
Servus.
So my name is Thomas, and with me is Patrick. We are the co-chairs of this year's first CTI conference, and we welcome all you in the wonderful Munich. The reason why we have chosen Munich is that this is the 10th anniversary of this conference. So 2016 we started, and we started it in Munich. So the board had this crazy idea that next to the conference we should also do another event. So we started the CTI symposium back then, now conference. And so we thought maybe 40 people will come. So we booked a room at Siemens with 40 people. Unfortunately, 120 people showed up, and a person doing fire at Siemens was really, really mad at me. And what we have now, you see, we have outgrown heavily. So this event was always thought about, let's connect the practitioners doing this daily CTI task with the people doing software development, the vendors, and the people who write these wonderful standards of sticks in XML and so on and so on and so on. I think our community has outgrown, and the reason was because back then, I think we were extremely immature. We sent still around PDF files which no one could pass. Okay, we still do that. But we improved, and we have professionals who are called CTI analysts and so on, which had not been the case 10 years ago. And I really hope that this conference helped mature all that, and the feedback I'm getting is that's the case. So we are really proud that this event is so successful, and we are happy that you're all here in Munich, and hopefully you enjoy the next 2 days. And I hand over to Patrick, who gives you all the funny numbers we have.
Thank you, Thomas. Also welcome from my side. Servus Munich. Let's get this started. I think you're all excited to see the sessions, but before we start, I really want to highlight some points which really also matters to us. First of all, if I look in the audience, that's awesome. I mean, we are fully packed. We have 417 attendees, attendees, which is like 100 more than last time. That's crazy. So thank you all. We really appreciate that you are coming all the way to us. We are also attendees from more than 50 countries, which is awesome, because it really underlines the internationality of this conference. So I would also be interested, who is like a first-time joiner here? Oh, wow, okay. That's a lot. I think more than half. We are really happy to have you here. Second, we have also a fully packed agenda, and this wouldn't be possible without our speakers, without our workshop facilitators, which took place yesterday. So really thank you from our side. You're really doing a great job, and without you, this wouldn't be possible. This wouldn't also be possible without the program committee. So also thank you from our side to them. We have, I think 84 submissions reviewed, so this is a lot, and also takes time. And thank you from our side. Third, we would also like to thank our sponsors. We have those booths over there. Please check them out and get into contact with them. And I want to highlight specifically our platinum sponsor, CTM 360, and also would like to welcome Milza to the stage for the welcome address.
Thank you first. Good morning and welcome to all of you to the Munich Cybersecurity Cyber Threat Intelligence Conference. My association with FIRST goes back a lot, more than 20 years, as an informal participant, but formally as a company, CTM 360, I'm, I think, on board with FIRST from the last about 10 years. My journey of cybersecurity started a long time back in 1997 as a system integrator on cybersecurity. So I'll take 2 minutes to give you the reason of why, what I do. And in this journey of mine, initially as a system integrator, I wasn't really happy with what we were doing. Why? Because till now, you can see that the bad guys are winning. Every year, the cyber losses keep on growing. The gap between what the criminals are getting away and what we are securing keeps on growing every year. So I felt there is something wrong and we need to redo something. That's where I came up with some ideas, which I would like to share with you. And it was that on the technology side, we are doing very well. But when we are communicating that to the business side, there is a big gap. So I wanted to redefine things in that sense. Let me first introduce you myself. My name is Mirza Asrar Beg. I'm the CEO and founder of CTM 360. You see 3 flags there. First one is from Pakistan because I'm from Pakistan. The second is for Saudi because I was born in Saudi Arabia. I graduated from a Saudi university in computer science. And the third one is Bahrain. From the last 20 years, I'm living in Bahrain. And this company, CTM 360, which I set up, is also from Bahrain. Okay? So let me go back to now what I'm trying to do in the sense of changing or coming up with an idea. So you know IT security, information security, cyber security. If I ask all of you to write a definition between the 3, most of you will differ with each other because to me, I think the world is still trying to struggle between. And I came up with my definition. In my view, that helps better the business to understand and organize. So first comes IT security. IT security is about people. Similar to the police, the job is enable the end users to do more. And then comes information security, which is not about people, it's about information assets. Just like the military, people will die, but they need to secure the assets. And then comes cybersecurity, which is not about people, not about assets, it's all about attack and the attackers. Similar to the CIA of the world, where they need to preemptively find out the attacker and neutralize them and also assist the other 2 teams with threat intel. So with this concept of definition in my mind, I also came up with an operational model. So I'll introduce you to some new terminologies which most of you have not heard before. And in my humble view, they are the ones which can make a big difference if we structure security with that and pass this messaging to the management. So the first thing is that we need to not look at only IOCs, because majority of the security world focuses on IOCs, indicators of compromise, which is about somebody else, somewhere else. I started with indicators of exposure, IOE, and that is where today the world calls it EASM, External Attack Surface, security rating and exposure management. Then comes IOW, indicators of warning, which is your third-party risk management, your cyber threat intelligence, which you will monitor across the deep, dark surface web. And then finally comes the indicators of attack, where what are the indicators which are giving us the data points which we can take as attack, which we need to then neutralize, do the takedowns on it. And surrounding it is the governance model. So this was my humble view of how we need to structure security, and that's what I did as an organization. I have built all these platforms out of Bahrain, which people cannot really think about. And normally people ask me, all my team is in Bahrain. And we are servicing more than 70 countries from there. We have customers all across. Okay? I want to give you a little bit touch, and I want to leave you with something in the passion part of my family. If you Google this news, Cyber Whiskers to the rescue, this page will come up. 2005. And that's when I was looking at FIRST. And I took this CERT teams, which were listed on FIRST, national CERT teams, and made my children do a research on what the FIRST teams were doing, compiled it, and distributed it to many countries where they did not have a national CERT. Okay. The news is there. You can read all about what my children did at that time. This is their picture. This is Yusuf, Sana, and Abdullah. And they did a good job, so I took them to a SOC in Singapore and Malaysia. The person you see is Eddie Chow, who was the CEO of ECOP at that time. This company later was bought by the Singapore government. And today the company is called Ensign. These are the kids now. So what you're looking at is my CTO, my CFO, and my chief data officer. And my daughter married this guy, who is my COO, chief operating officer. Okay? So I'll leave you there. You can just take a picture of this or connect me on LinkedIn. My booth is out there. I would be very keen and interested to see your views on what we have built on IOE, IOW, and IOA. Thank you.
Great, thank you again also for the sponsorship. Without this help of the sponsors, we can't do this event. And now I'm very, very happy to introduce you to the chair of FIRST, Olivier, and he will also give you some welcome notes. Olivier, thank you.
So I'm very happy to welcome you to the 10th CTI conference and the amazing number of participants. As Thomas said, I'm Olivier Calef. I've been elected chair of FIRST last June. And I wanted to give you a few words to tell you how lucky you are to live today in a CTI world where sharing is caring, as we say at FIRST. And it's one of our motto. A few years ago, I would say a little bit of history, I installed my first firewall in the mid-1990s, last century already. And soon I started analyzing logs. And what happened? Guess what? I was handling my first suspicious events something like 2 days later. And after an additional 5 days, I was handling my first incident. Back then. So, of course, today it's much faster, but already at that time it was impressive. At that time, advisories were mostly coming from two main sources, if you remember that, for those of you who are born, by the way. The SIAC in the US, the Energy Sector Organization, and the OCERT from Australia. Apart from that, there wasn't a lot. Threat intel. Well, it wasn't threat intel, but let's call that threat intel with the words of today. It was mostly shared through NNTP workgroups, through IRC channels, and all that was unstructured data, text files. Thomas has been talking about PDF. That was modern technique. Anyway, at best, it was CSV files, but there was no real structure, no protocol to share. And, well, today we heard about IOAs, IOBs, IOCs, IOWs, IO something, and TTPs. Interoperability is much more of an issue. But back then, also, one issue that we had is getting some information was nice. But how can we organize them and how can we share them in a proper way so that we could interoperate? And where would we put this data in our own environments? So we had tools, high-tech tools, such as Excel spreadsheets, Access databases, SQL databases, and I would say we were quite happy with that because, well, it was working. not really sharing in a good way, but it was working. So long story short, nowadays we've got all data governance, which is quite important. And last week we had the VolnCon conference, and we have also been talking about all that is related to governance. So it's less technical, but if you don't have the right basis, the right rules, it will be a bit difficult. You have tools. Back then, my best friend on Unix or Linux were grep, egrep, and all the regular expressions. When I wanted to go a little bit deeper, I was using sed and awk and regular expressions. So I hope that's, for most of you, it's things of the past nowadays. Anyway, things are much better nowadays. When I look at the agenda, which is quite impressive, I'm very happy to be here. I hope that you'll be enjoying that also. Lots of good content. Thank you to the program committee, because they've been doing an amazing job. That's really impressive. And also, just a reminder that all the organization is also done by the first event team, which is doing an amazing work and has been doing that for many, many years. Last week we were in Scottsdale in Arizona. This time we are in Munich in Europe. They've been flying over the weekend, preparing and installing everything. So if you have some word of appreciation to them, stop by at the desk and tell them thank you. And if you want to know more about FIRST, because I do believe that there are quite a few members here or participants who are not yet members of FIRST, we're going to have a booth at the entrance of the main reception room, and we'll be there during all breaks and also just before during the networking social event tonight. That said, I'll hand over the mic back to Patrick to fully launch the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Oli. All right, before we start, just some housekeeping rules. First of all, do the networking. Really take the opportunity to connect with your peers. Look to the right, look to the left, say hello, and engage with your topics. Second, make sure the internet knows that you're attending. So our hashtag or social media moniker is hashtag first CTI26. And we have also please watch out for the TLP marking. So unless it's not TLP clear, don't post anything in the internet. We have also lightning talks today. So if you have something to share, whether it's your vibe-coded tooling or any ideas, anything else in this direction, sign up next to the reception. And I think that's it. Yeah, please be kind, follow the code of conduct. Otherwise, we need to take actions and also let us know when there's something different. And with that said, I think it's my pleasure to welcome our first speaker of the event, the always thoughtful Joe Slovic, who will evaluating threat intelligence through velocity. I think you will take a time-oriented view of CTI, which is really interesting because I think we are already late. However, please, Joe, the stage is yours.
Make sure I don't trip on my way up stage or on stage or whatever to begin with. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Munich. Pleasure to be here with FIRST. It's also great meeting many friends that I haven't seen in a bit, or some who I have seen fairly recently, and to make and meet new ones. With that said, we will kick matters off, which is a very big privilege in my opinion, with a discussion of how we evaluate threat intelligence through measures of velocity or speed of delivery. So our agenda for this discussion is we will talk to the purpose of CTI, which might seem strange. We're at a cyber threat intelligence conference, right? Everyone knows what CTI is, right? Well, maybe not so much. Let's dig into that a little bit, and once we come up with an understanding of what threat intelligence means and its purpose, we'll then get into tensions of the delivery of threat intel and what that means in terms of then the velocity of threat intelligence and how threat intelligence is delivered to a practitioner or to an end user. We'll then talk to theoretical use cases. This is always thinking about the speed at which events take place, always a difficult proposition that the example that you set in the CFP or that you put in the slides that were due a few weeks ago becomes outdated by the time you actually give the presentation. So we will talk to what this looks like in a somewhat hands-on fashion, and then have some concluding thoughts. And if we're lucky, I spoke quickly enough that we have some time for some questions. If not, then please catch me afterwards. My company, Dataminer, my employer, has a booth set up. I'll be hanging out there. I'll be at the event and similar, and you can harass me then if you so desire to do so with other observations or why I got things wrong. So speaking of getting things wrong, the purpose of CTI. Again, we are at a cyber threat intelligence specific event. Everyone knows what CTI is, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Yet, I think it's worthwhile to dig into this concept a little bit to ask ourselves truly just why are we here and what is it that we are doing. So when we think about cyber threat intelligence, why cyber threat intelligence? What does that look like? What does it mean? Is it the hooded hacker? I mean, I'm wearing a hacker hoodie right now, I suppose, but sitting in a darkened room covered with takeaway boxes or whatever and lots of caffeine and so forth, typing away with the green text on black screen, trying to find something? Maybe. I mean, we probably are all sitting at our home offices these days, more likely than not, reading some reports, following posts on social media in our various Slacks, because that's replaced IRC and all sorts of other functions these days. But what does CTI really mean? Well, it's 2026. Let's ask AI what CTI means. So, hey Gemini, provide a concise definition of cyber threat intelligence. And the definition that Gemini came back with is not terribly controversial. It's pretty straightforward, pretty basic. But what I like to call out is the last bit on this screen, in that while the purpose of CTI should be a shift in an organizational perspective from a reactive to a proactive one, which actually I would somewhat disagree with, because it implies that we're able to almost predict the future to a certain extent. But that is a much longer conversation for which we do not have the time to engage in today. But the last line here in terms of decision making, I think, is key. Because when we think about threat intelligence and its meaning or purpose, it comes back to supporting decisions. So in thinking of this, stakeholders, whether we're talking about the first-tier security operations center analyst all the way up to the C-suite, the CISO, et cetera, they need to make decisions. Very rarely do those decisions take place in an environment of perfect information, that we know and understand everything that we need to make that decision. As a result, intelligence can step in to reduce the degrees of uncertainty surrounding those decisions. That in an imperfect environment, intelligence can make things not perfect, but better than what we had to begin with. So in thinking about that, if we want a very simplistic, very direct definition of what intelligence is and what it can provide, intelligence is fundamentally decision support, in the sense that intelligence it should be narrowly focused, maybe not too narrowly, but at least oriented around what the audience needs to do or to achieve in order to make a decision, satisfy a need, etc. And as a result, if we think about threat intel as being decision support oriented, intelligence that does not support a decision or does not lead to a better decision being made is of questionable value, which is maybe somewhat of a controversial topic, which you can throw rotten produce at me for later. With that said, there are various ways of applying intelligence and different perspectives to take, or different tiers of decision support that we can engage in. There is a very strategic perspective that we can look to for executive support or for long-term planning purposes. And I think oftentimes when we think about CTI research, we get caught in this long-term, high-level support perspective. What we're going to focus on in this discussion, in my what I advocate for, is a more tactical perspective for CTI support, where we start talking about defense and response and immediate actions. Because, and this is the very controversial point I will make in the early going of this presentation, CTI has its greatest impact, its greatest effect on organizations, if we're looking at CTI as part of defending an organization, when it comes to immediate tactical defense and tactical decisions, enabling items for subsequent tactical decision making. For those of you, and there are a few of you who have taken, I do some teaching, I have this focus on applied threat intelligence. Not just thinking about threat intelligence as a way to inform, but threat intelligence as a way to translate into specific concrete decisions or specific discrete outcomes when it comes to security decision making. Okay, so if we adopt, and this is my assertion or the premise that we will assert for the remainder of the talk, that threat intel is decision support, and the most valuable decisions we can support are those that lead to discrete security outcomes, then we start arriving at certain tensions in how CTI is delivered. Namely, CTI requires effort, requires time, requires resources in order for it to be developed, refined, and then placed in the hands of a decision maker, which gets us to high-level tensions. So in the US, I am American, and there is a saying in various service industries that you can have things either good and cheap, and it won't be fast. You can have things that are fast and good, but it won't be cheap. Or you can have things that are cheap and fast, but it won't be good. And this somewhat silly proposition really does go to the heart of some of the tensions we face in CTI delivery, because we could look at things as being bifurcated along two extremes, where we have very immediate reporting, very terse, very simplistic ways of translating threat-related data on one hand with very little time invested, and on the other extreme, we have in-depth analysis and enrichment and detailed reporting, providing behavioral analysis, strategic level analysis, getting into who are the threat actors involved, how they operate, etc. And we can align these with various perspectives. On the one hand, in terms of immediate delivery with little context, we have indicators of compromise, indicators of attack, or whatever you'd like to refer to them as very discrete, very simplistic technical observations that are shared very quickly, in very small time horizons. And then on the other extreme, we have more formal intelligence reports, the 20-page white paper on sandworm operations over the last 15 years, or similar sorts of items. Well, these are extremes along a continuum of time delivery, on the one hand with very minimal investment, and on the other hand with quite significant investment. And the reality is that we have a range of potential options between these extremes in terms of more enriched indicators or more terse reporting, etc. And in figuring out where we reside along this time scale really requires understanding our audiences and the decisions that we are supporting, because different audiences require different levels of support. However, in determining where we reside along this continuum of potential options as dictated by the investment of time, we need to understand what are the time horizons that our stakeholders are facing and align CTI delivery and CTI production with what those audiences need to do their job. So in thinking through this, time becomes a critical factor in differentiating CTI support types, because any type of analysis is going to require digging into the material at hand and understanding it. Rapid dissemination of information, however, will often sacrifice detail. If I'm getting information in the hands of a SOC analyst rapidly, that means I don't have as much time to engage with that information, to enrich it, to link it to other observations, etc. And so there's a balancing act that needs to be taken into consideration. So in thinking about this, we need to align CTI with audience requirements, know who we're supporting, know what decisions they're facing, and what decisions need to be made. As a result, we need to determine who is the audience for CTI support and what their needs are, and then tailor the products we're providing to what that audience needs. Tier 1 SOC likely does not need a 15-page white paper if they're looking at things within the time window of SOC decision making, whereas providing a list of indicators to the C-suite is going to get you looked at quite strangely and likely cost you your job about what are you actually providing me. But as part of that, CTI alerting must also arrive oriented to the time horizons of those decisions, in the sense that CTI that arrives too late or after that decision point becomes irrelevant, or at least less than useful for that audience, that we have pushed ourselves beyond the window where CTI could have had the greatest possible impact, leading us to this idea of measuring CTI by the speed at which it gets delivered. So in thinking about this, applied perspectives to CTI demands that actionable CTI arrives in a timely manner. So I've gotten into debates with people historically, can you have intelligence that is inactionable? Some people say, well, no, intelligence is always actionable because I learned something about my environment. I push back on that, saying that intelligence can always be inactionable if it arrives after the point at which it is useful or valuable for that given audience. So with that in mind, what are we thinking about when it comes to time considerations in the delivery of threat intelligence? Well, first off, how many individuals in the room have worked on a SOC or supported incident response functions and similar in the past? Quite a few people, exactly. Taking this perspective into our threat intelligence work and investigations is critical because it allows us to understand how do we measure, how do we assess the value of security operations. We're typically looking at these in terms of time-oriented metrics such as mean time to respond, mean time to closure, and similar ways of looking at security workflows. As a result, CTI not only needs to be aware of those workflows and how they are judged, but align with those workflows in the sense that we are delivering threat intelligence support that is aligned with what the SOC, what the IR team, with the detection engineering team needs in order to align with the speed at which threats operate as well. Thus, an applied sense of threat intelligence requires orienting not just the delivery of threat intelligence, but are measuring its effectiveness by the time in which it gets delivered, ensuring that CTI is aligned with what the stakeholders we're supporting need in order to support or enable their own subsequent decision making. So in thinking about this, time considerations are critical to the effectiveness of threat intel. And thus, evaluating threat intelligence isn't just about determining completeness, accuracy, etc. These are certainly important things, but we need to set those in contrast with or in the context of the time investment required to get greater contextuality, to develop greater detail, and similar. As a result, we need to engage in some sort of trade-off between coming up with the 100% answer next week versus the 70% complete answer today or within the next hour that our SOC actually needs or that the IR team needs as they're responding to an active engagement. So what does that look like? So use cases, what are we talking about here? Like I said, this is difficult to come up with concrete examples because they change so rapidly. But in this case, we will look at adversary operations in a theoretical sense in that they focus on actions on objectives. Adversaries get into networks to achieve something, to hold networks hostage for cryptocurrency, to steal secrets, to launch a wiper payload as part of some other higher level operations. As part of that, CTI interjects into adversary actions, ideally prior to achieving those objectives, providing the defensive teams with a greater chance of success in disrupting adversary ability to achieve those objectives. So again, orienting our discussion around senses of time, adversary workflows follow this as well. So in thinking about that, over a sequence of events, an intrusion occurs at a certain point in time. Well, that's bad. We would ideally prevent that through attack surface management or attack surface reduction or similar, but bad things happen irrespective of what we're attempting to achieve. So from that initial foothold, we see lateral movement and defense evasion as adversaries try to build out from their initial point in presence from a phish, from exploiting an external facing asset or similar, all with the idea of trying to achieve some objective at a later point as part of that intrusion life cycle. Well, as part of that, if we're taking a very applied and very tactical perspective for threat intelligence and its support, defense wins so long as we can interject or interrupt adversary progress from initial access to actions on objectives. We don't have to stop them early. Ideally, we do, but as long as we can stop or interrupt an adversary before they achieve mission accomplishment or similar, we can still win this game. As a result, intelligence support is ideally most effective and most viable where it can expedite defensive response. Thinking about how threat intel can not get ahead of events because, again, it's very difficult to predict the future, but to align with events so that as the latest exploit campaign is emerging or the latest supply chain intrusion or as adversary behaviors change with the progression of time where adversaries evolve their tradecraft, we can communicate those findings to defensive stakeholders to adapt their own responses and their own actions and co-evolve with those adversaries in order to ensure more accurate and more meaningful defensive responses. So in thinking about that, let's talk about the e-crime and ransomware ecosystem. Here we can have intelligence that genuinely steps in for preventative purposes in being able to advocate for patching the latest +1 day or identifying threats as they emerge in terms of techniques like click fix actions and similar. Defeating opportunistic threats and closing those gaps to get ahead of intrusions. If we think about our classic advanced persistent threat adversaries doing espionage operations and data theft, CTI can work to identify those low and slow intrusion operations where adversaries ideally try to linger in environments for long periods of time so they can continuously collect and exfiltrate information. Here we look at CTI stepping into security workflows to identify things like persistence and exfiltration mechanisms so that even in those cases where the advanced adversary is able to evade some defenses, we can still defeat by identifying that that breach has taken place and then mitigate or reduce the harm caused by that breach by identifying how data is leaving the environment. Finally, as a notional example, we have state-sponsored disruption and destructive events, those events that lead to truly existential risk for an organization, such as through the deployment of wiper malware or similar. In these cases, time considerations become quite critical because actions on objectives mean the disruption of the network and thus a critical hit to the ability of that organization to function. Thus, CTI should be looking to not just identify matters like trends and threat behaviors and sharing that information quite rapidly with our own security teams as well as with other analysts to ensure community defense around these items, but also trying to defeat ability for adversaries to pre-position for effects. So we already looked a few slides ago, that we're looking at orienting not just CTI delivery around time horizons, but also setting that alongside adversary operations taking place over the course of time. Thus, if CTI is aligned not just with defensive security workflows, but also adversary operations, even for something as scary as destructive malware and such, as long as we can identify that the adversary is gaining access to the network, is trying to do things like compromise Active Directory or develop some sort of wormable functionality and interject before that functionality has been successfully deployed, we can still win the race, so to speak, against that actions on objectives, so long as we are cognizant of the need of delivering this information at speed and at scale to allow for that defensive response to take place before the adversary can execute their attack. So in thinking about that, adversary and defender timelines are often measured in hours, sometimes even minutes. Seconds gets a little hard. We'll come back to that momentarily. As a result, CTI timescales need to be aware of and supportive of that. We can't take our time. We can't operate in leisurely fashion when it comes to modern intrusions because things are simply happening too fast for that to be relevant anymore. So what does that mean? I think I'm doing well on time right now, so we can actually have some discussion on this. So where are we right now? First, we started off with this proposition that intelligence is only as valuable as it supports decisions and outcomes. As a result of that, intelligence that arrives too late becomes irrelevant for operational outcomes. If I look to cyber threat intelligence as being fundamentally a task or a function of defensive support, security support, the speed of CTI becomes a critical item in terms of its production and evaluation. CTI that arrives too late for me to do anything with it becomes useless, which is a harsh thing to hear because many of us in the room want to get the right answer, want to get a complete answer, and what I'm advocating for here is that we need to be comfortable with not necessarily getting to that level of completeness, that level of maximal understanding of a given event, and instead push results as early as possible into the hands of a stakeholder so that they are able to respond to events as they unfold. However, we also have to ask ourselves critically, are there exceptions to this? And the answer to that is, of course. What is the universal threat intelligence answer to all questions? It depends. So, with that in mind, there are exceptions to speed for things like strategic support. I don't want the 60% answer pushed rapidly into the hands of the CISO if they're trying to evaluate what they need to invest in over the next 5 years for the maturation of the security program. Similarly, for preventative controls, such as attack surface management, speed is not necessarily key here as opposed to completeness and understanding what my attack surface looks like, what the state of adversary operations may be, and what sort of controls need to be applied for things like patch management, again, attack surface reduction, and similar. But also an area that I think CTI does not get involved in as much as it should, steps such as defensive preparation and training, understanding the state of the now of adversary operations and informing stakeholders, coming up with rigorous ways of informing SOC analysts, incident responders, detection engineers, threat hunters, and similar stakeholders of just what's going on in the adversary environment and coming up with a robust way of communicating that. These are all areas where we want to push for those more complete decisions. But nonetheless, we have to ask ourselves, is there a fundamental tension in CTI's production and delivery that is that we are incapable of answering? And that this tension of between speed and accuracy, because accuracy requires greater investment in time and putting ourselves behind operations, is somewhat problematic. And it may indicate the need for potentially two discrete tracks to cyber threat intelligence: a rapid to-the-point support for security operations, so a threat indications and warning perspective, where I'm providing immediate support to defensive decision-making, and then a higher level, more detailed and delayed support aligned with strategic decisions, providing those in-depth reports, papers, multi-source analysis, and similar. However, doing this sort of work bifurcates the functionality of threat intelligence and adds complexity, it adds cost to what it is that we're trying to achieve. For most organizations, threat intelligence is already a luxury item. Having two discrete threat intelligence functions and teams, that's a very much a luxury item that very few organizations will be able to justify, support, or most importantly, fund. So we can ask ourselves, is there a way of resolving this tension, or, so to speak, having our cake as well as being able to eat it as well? Well, there might be, actually. I have been a skeptic of artificial intelligence since OpenAI released ChatGPT at the end of the pandemic, that this is a silly tool and whatnot. That perspective has changed in my mind as the technology has evolved, with the caveat that generative AI remains an early stage technology. For all the talk about Claude Mythos will put us all out of work and it will revolutionize security and whatnot, let's pump your brakes. We're not there yet. But intelligent adoption of technology into human-driven, human-directed workflows, there's something to be said for that. In that if we can ask the right questions, design the right workflows, and build out the right sort of decision pipelines, we can start leveraging this sort of technology in order to rapidly enrich and enhance our perspective on the data that's at hand. Thus, we have to ask ourselves, quite critically, for the future, should the construction and delivery of effective CTI be enabled by artificial intelligence in order to step in and add greater contextuality, that we don't simply have the cycles on the human side, but the machine can step in and rapidly, whether through something a little bit more time constrained like a deep research agent, or a little bit more quickly executed with a classic large language model, add in those extra steps. Now, this is not saying that AI, well, one, it's not going to replace us, because we still need human understanding and cognition in order to frame what are the questions, what are the prompts that we're structuring, what does that workflow look like. But having said that, the future of CTI is going to be increasingly technologically assisted, not technologically replaced, but rather supplemented by what's out there. If we're not thinking quite critically about how we can potentially square the circle of rapid CTI support in order to add greater detail, greater complexity, and greater accuracy to our reporting by leveraging the tools that are available to us, we are placing ourselves at an evolutionary disadvantage to adversaries who are very much keen to leverage whatever tools are available to them to increase their own velocity of attack life cycles. So I don't have a complete answer for this yet. Again, these are emerging technologies, but things that I would challenge everyone in the room for your own research workflows to think about: how can I make this faster? How can I try to achieve levels of accuracy, levels of detail that would only historically be supported by hours, maybe even days worth of research, analysis, and all-source analysis, by leveraging other functions and other tools to supplement that analysis and speed that up so I can get a more complete answer into the hands of a security stakeholder, so that they still have the ability to respond to things before they manifest in a completed intrusion. So something to think about, something to potentially upskill ourselves with over time. With that, I think I have a couple of minutes. Yes. So here is my contact information for this slide that unfortunately looks like it got formatted a little poorly. I am not that hard to find if you want to contact me offline after this event, and I will be hanging around, obviously, in lovely Munich for the next couple of days.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. We actually have time for 1-2 questions. If so, please line up or just raise your hand. Happy to run. Otherwise, I mean, you will be around.
I will be around. I'll be around all event. I'll be at the social this evening, and yeah, feel free to catch me whenever.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. All right. Thanks. Next up, we have Gert-Jan, there we go, who will present a framework, how to deal with uncertainty, so scenario planning for decision making. So please, everyone, join me in welcoming Gert-Jan.
Thank you, mate. It's great to see everyone. Are we excited for today? Yeah, come on. Enthusiasm. Come on. A bit more enthusiasm. Are we excited for today and tomorrow? Yeah. There we go. There we go. There we go. Good job. Good job. Welcome. I'll start with a story. It's Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock. You get a call from your director, CEO, and they read this thing about NPM, small thing, on the news, BBC, or they heard it through their golf friends or whatever. And they're like, what the heck is this? What is even Axios? I mean, what is that? And they're like, tell me, what do I need to do? Are we prepared for that? Are we okay for that sort of thing? And usually this creates this bit of panic, because in security teams, people want to say that we're on top of it, right? We are the ones in control. But are we? That is the real question. And these people are bloodhounds, right? They can smell it if you're uncertain. And that happens often, the situation. That happens more than you think. Even I think that it could also happen to you today, tomorrow, or the day after. And what I often see teams do in this situation is, holy moly, scramble, and then like, we need to go. Did we check the dashboard, right? Did we check the beautiful dashboard we have constructed for everyone, for the CISO, or for anyone, basically? Another thing we could do is check the risk register. Maybe we have it already. Maybe we have supply chain problems on the risk register and work with that. Or maybe you have sent out a briefing or a beautiful report around that exact problem. And you're like, yes, I'm on top of that. What more could we do? Somebody, any tips? What more could we do? Nobody? Come on, we have 400 CTI professionals. What can we do? Reach out to the peers. Reach out to peers. There we go. That's just one, thank you for that. That's just one example, but this is the sort of thing we do. We try to scramble and then run and think, oh my God, did we check that? Panic. And the question is often answered with a response as in, I smell uncertainty and I don't like it. It's boring. I don't give a crap about Excel files. That's your problem. I want to know what happens if things change. What are we doing about that? How do we prepare for that future? And if you then show them the Excel files, it will probably be a bit of a different response, which is probably anger, right? And that begs the question, and the previous speaker, Joe, also alluded to that, is how do we then coach teams, business teams, cybersecurity teams, our colleagues in this field? How do we support the decision-making process? And that is what I want to talk to you about today, about how do we make decisions, how do we support decision-making, and how we can do that a bit better, but also why that is a thing that worth your attention and your focus for the next 25 minutes. Because for me, Joe, for example, addressed two different tracks, the more technical-oriented track and the track for a strategic decision-making track. I think there's a more holistic, deeper philosophical, if you will, way of thinking about it that goes more into how do we, as a team, deal with uncertainty. And in my opinion, we need to have a better way. Whatever we're doing, it's not yielding as much value as it should. And some of you might have experienced that in budgets being cut, teams being slashed. It could even be as far as you plan on expanding, well, you don't get that particular, the things you need to grow, but the threat hasn't changed, it's still kept the same. So clearly there's something going on and we're not able or equipped to deal with that. So I think we need a better system, a better way to make decisions, especially in a business context. And in my opinion, it boils down to three things. What else could happen? What does it mean for us? And what are we doing about it to check on that in the first place? And if things change. And probably you might think, hey, we can solutionize that idea. Probably we are doing that. But I'm trying to make a point here is that this is the sort of thing we want to do differently. But for the sake of not diving in too philosophically, I'd like to share also a bit what can we actually explore about this particular topic. And for me, this has been a bit a trip down the rabbit hole for the last 16 years of figuring out what actually works in supporting this decision-making process. Well, what theories do exist? We've been doing this for millennia, so what has changed? But also, what can teams do realistically? In that constraint where we have limited budget, limited time, everything's on fire, and people are leaving, and everybody's unhappy, You still have that guy calling you every single morning. So when I get to these situations where I have to then explain, okay, we have a supplier for one of our major development products, and we want to make sure that we actually look into that a bit more and give a more substantial answer than our latest threat report, then we probably got to do some testing or actually figure that out. And one thing I've often noted is that this process is usually experienced as a laboratory experience, but the reality is actually much different. So most of the time what I'm seeing is that we can, in terms of velocity, do things quickly, but most of the time we actually have to do things quickly, and it actually requires us to literally run through the mud with our friends and actually fail, break our legs, but then keep going. And the question then arises, like, what do you do if everything's on fire and you don't have that beautiful research, that clean room? And that is something that creates a lot of tension. And especially in the work we do when supporting these executives, in my opinion. Now, before I get into more details, a bit of background about me. I run a company called Venation. We help teams do expert-led scenario planning and advanced threat modeling. And we basically structure and share all our research and share that back with the community in any way possible. I do that with a wider team, and we operate all across the world. The idea is that every lesson we learn, we want to share that back as well. We do that in workshops like we did yesterday even. And we try to share, for example, how do you do this kind of thinking I'm going to share with you today? How do you do that in real life? And that is obviously hard. But that is also what I'm trying to convey in the next 15, is that there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, and you get to that process of experience. And that's what I want to share with you today, because I think that's something that is very important for our CTI industry. So the first question I raise is, how do we then improve fundamentally that decision-making process? When do people want to think about what is ahead? Not just what is happening right now, but what is happening in the future, and how can we protect, what can we do about that, and how can we think about that? So I went on this little journey, and I figured out there's actually three reasons why people actually think towards the future. The one is, it could be that your boss, yourself, or your colleagues they want you to do that. They want you to be predictive. They come from a certain background where this is incentivized. They know how foresight works, for example, and think, something supply chain happening now, what could happen in the future? Another reason why people think about the future is because of regulatory compliance. Especially in the EU, we have a lot of regulatory compliance, and it's going to be more and more and more, especially with regulations like DORA and NIS2. Excuse me. There is a need to do threat-led risk management, and that is an opportunity for all of you to lean into that. And I know for some of you, regulation and compliance is a bad word, but trust me, it is definitely a field you should be close to. Now, the third driver is also ambition. I've also seen teams who have the ambition to look further into the future because they want to and they think it's the right thing to do. And it's hard, trust me, it's very hard, but actually they think it's the right thing to do. And they invest time, money, resources in that. But then I was like, okay, so we now know why we're starting to look at these future things. I started figuring out, okay, then why isn't this really working? And then I realized that I'm a systems thinker. For those of you who do not know that, there's a concept called systems thinking where you actually look at how things are connected. Everything's connected, basically. And it speaks of two models, the complicated model, where it's a complicated, for example, a machine, and a complex model where everything actually affects each other. That's a simplified explanation. But I was like, hey, that's super interesting. An organization behaves like a complex thing, whereas we treat cybersecurity as a complicated problem, right? Attack technique X, break the attack chain there. I'm like, well, that doesn't work if, on the one hand side, we don't have enough people to actually manage the detection engineering queries or whatever, the Yara rules, and then align that with the incident response people, and they're getting fired. So how does that then work? So a big thing of why these sort of things, I realized like, okay, big thing of why this isn't working is because there's a difference between these two, and we haven't figured that kind of thinking out, especially in CTI. So then I was like, okay, maybe there are theories that we can explore. And a long time ago, I found this book from quite a few folks on structured analytical techniques, for example. And I was like, hey, this is something that the intelligence community has been doing for like decades. This is probably a smart thing for us to do as well, right? And I realized that, hey, even for foresight, there's definitely something that we can do in that extent. And these are just some examples. By the way, that list of SATs is much bigger. But actually, I found out that I could use quite a few of them. I could use quite a few of them if I have a little bit of time, if I have a bit more time. Does it have to be perfect? Well, my friend Freddie tells me it has to be perfect on paper, and then you have to explain it correctly. But the reality is there are certain ways that actually can help us answer the question of that particular CISO or CEO or business person. I'm like, this is awesome. So then I can define a single question, a focal question that I can actually work on and think towards, well, how can I model it out in the future? Personally, I'm a big fan of the corner plausibility. I'm not going to go into that, but just know that there are certain techniques, and if you need any advice on that, just give me a call. But then I was like, great, so how does this work in practice? And I was like, oh, boy, this is a lot of paperwork, right? How does this then work? So then I actually went into like, maybe I need to do these kind of military trainings. You know, some of the folks in the audience, you went through these, you have this background. I don't have that background, but I want to understand. So I went on this type of military planning course, and I find it very interesting to see what's actually going on. You know, that's me, by the way, in the front, you know, looking really smart, right? But it actually was so much fun that you actually realize, hey, there's all the stuff we've been doing for decades has already been chewed out, thought out to the maximum extent. What you see here, by the way, is the Special Operations Force NATO planning process, how they plan the operations across the world, basically. And I was like, hey, that's awesome. I can use that to actually schedule my scenario planning exercises and futures thinking stuff. But then reality hit me, and I was like, this is too complex. We don't have literally have the time for that. So luckily, I was able to distill that into a 7-step process, where this is the process we train and teach and support people on and guide people through on that journey. So actually answer these questions that we get from business owners, security teams, to actually do that better. What you have to remember is that there are actually many ways, and this is just one of them. What you have to remember is that you have to create yours. There's much material available. If you'd like my materials, it's going to be available at the end. There's going to be a link to that. But what I want to convey to you is that whatever you do, you have to create your own workflow, your own framework for scenario planning. This one is one that works for us. This one is proven, but this is just one we use. Now, then the question became, so we now have a good methodology, so how can we then do something with that? And for me, then you get the situation where where our work meets reality, if you will. So one of the key things I often see CTI teams do, maybe I wouldn't say wrong, but like could be there's more impact that we could make, is we start often with the thread, right? We start often with the thread, and we emphasize, okay, there's something going on with NPM, there's a big problem, or a ransomware cluster is doing X, Y, Z, you name it. But they don't care. They just think that we're not speaking in their language. And if that language is not aligned, then all of a sudden they think, hey, we need to be much clearer in that, and we need to get their understanding. So another example is you have to articulate why it is relevant for them, what will we do about it, what can we do to actually prevent something like this happening in the future and prevent business objectives. And then you can get something like below. Maybe this is a medical company that has patient data, and they're very concerned about that. So speaking the same language, it doesn't start with threat, it starts with what is the objective of the business. Another harsh lesson I've learned is that the time horizons often don't align. Most of the time horizons, and there's an interesting link towards the velocity talk, obviously, but this is a big thing. Business owners, and especially in bigger enterprises, they tend to think on much longer timescales than us practitioners. And that has to do with we're thinking in days and weeks. If we don't fix things now, things go on fire and we have a big problem, right? But the reality is we have to understand the timeline they are working on, and we often do not spend actually that time to get that cleared up. So that is definitely something that we also have to figure out and work on. And then another thing is, right now, that person on the right, that will just go to ChatGPT and ask, what the bloody hell is supply chain? What is NPM? What does that even mean? So that person will come to you and they will ask you stuff. They will be more informed. They will ask you more sophisticated questions. They will have almost the same knowledge as you do, but they will not have the nuanced understanding of everything. And what I'm trying to get across is that we need to also shift a bit the mindset on decision making around that. It isn't now people querying technology, but we have to make sure as CTI professionals that we're talking a bit about there's humans in our organization, they will trust on a vetted process, they understand the process, and that process is supported by technology, and not any way around. Always augmented, I'm fine with that, but never the other way around. And the reason is, like I just said, then you'll get people who have all the knowledge in the world and they ask the wrong questions, and then they get the right answers to the wrong questions. Now here's a few very detailed examples, and what I want to convey here is that when you communicate something as complex as supply chain issues or supply chain risk or NPM packages and all that, that requires you to communicate on different layers. Layers of content, layers of technical detail. And we've been struggling with that process for the last, I would say, 12 years. And we haven't resolved this yet. Fundamentally, I think that has to do with because we have a bit of a one-dimensional, two-dimensional view of what we have to produce. We produce one report, we produce one visual, we produce one maybe table, right? We're not in the space where we can do AR, VR cool stuff because that's not something we do. So we have to create trust on each level of the organization and find different mechanisms that actually help them understand what is the wider picture. Level deeper, what are the variations of supply chain risk? One level deeper, What is the variation of a threat scenario around NPM, specifically Axios? And then one level deeper could be a very technical visualization that is actually going into what are the steps that are included? What are the procedures we actually address? How does that then work? And mind you, that storytelling stuff is super hard. It still is. To this day, it's the hardest thing. I do want to make a shout out to the Attack Flow solution. It's a free open source solution which my team uses extensively. It's still one of the better ones. It's the least bad one, I always say, on visualizing scenario flows and any type of conversation you have. And the reason is it makes you look really, really smart, and it's actually really, really simple. So my pro tip is actually use that, but not for the reason why you think. The reason I'm using that sort of stuff is because it can force a decision. If you have a visualization, people not in cybersecurity, they actually don't care about your technical details. What they care about is that they can understand it quickly, visualize it quickly, take the information, and then do something with it. And it helps if you can then pinpoint and say, this is the choices we have to make. The higher we go up the chain, the more expensive it will be. And then you decide. And guess what? That is actually really hard sometimes. And that's really hard, but making decisions explicit, making decisions visible is actually a very good way, what I found out. What I also found out is that when you do foresight and think about what could happen in the future, more often than not, the incentive is not there, right? Most of the teams, they work on a quarterly basis. They think about what is going on right now. That is the most important thing. We just laid off 20% of our security staff, but the business reality is that we do not have, the threat profile has not materially changed. So what I'm trying to get at is when you have a discussion and you need to think about what potential futures in the context of decision making, start small. Don't start perfect, just throw spaghetti at the wall and make sure that you see what sticks. Make it small, create small incentives. Have a bit of a discussion with that person and say, hey, you just asked more about that NPM stuff, but actually we could do a bit broader, a small exercise about what all of the stuff is happening. It's going to be a small investment. But reality, most of the time, the people responsible, they choose differently. They literally choose differently, and you have to make that visible and clear. So creating small incentives usually works. Now, one more final thing, because I genuinely want to emphasize this thing. Over the last couple of years that I've been doubling down on the concept of scenario planning and supporting teams with this problem set. It is always about incentives. And a lot of stuff we do in cybersecurity, especially CTI, is often not incentivized. We have a long tail value instead of a short tail one. And you have to realize that. And that also creates this kind of bias where teams often realize, like, hey, that CTI, we haven't gotten a real manifested threat in like 2 years. Why are we spending so much money on CTI? Well, that's the whole point, you know. That there is nothing happening doesn't mean we're not doing anything. But that's the kind of business logic that you have to be mindful of and play into. Now, there's a couple of other lessons I want to share that are not exactly related to how do we combat this type of decision-making problem. There's also people that are super friendly, you know. There's people that are actually really helpful and work with you and do the things you do and support you in everything you do and love to think about what could happen in the future. But there's also people that will kick your ass. And if you make one screw up, you're out. So that is the business reality. And I want to share, I think, 2 items where I think what I, on a deeper level, see happening all the time. So there's the concept of inductive and deductive reasoning in cybersecurity, and there's actually a third called abductive, but I'm not going to address that. But the reality is that the inductive reasoning starts with an observation, a pattern, hypotheses, and a theory. And that is what we see happening in instant response, in the SOC, in security operations, but also in other fields. This is always what happens, inductive reasoning. But when you're thinking about the future, what could happen, you're thinking about deductive reasoning. And you're thinking about, hey, let's come up with a focal question. Let's think about what could potentially happen. And then what are the patterns that are associated with that? So any friction you have experienced in your work and your career relating to future work, thinking a bit further ahead than next week, has to do with this kind of reasoning stuff. The entire industry we're in is primed towards inductive thinking. And that's also why a lot of teams we train, coach, and help are not focused on that forward-looking stuff. This is one of those things that are related to that. And another aspect has to do with we treat CTI, in my opinion, as chess, where I think it's more poker. And that is literally also how most security teams treat it. They were thinking about, we can get 100% on the MITRE ATT&CK evaluations, then we're pretty good. No, mate, that's not how it works. But the reality is that we live in an imperfect world where there are numerous supply chain attacks, numerous packages that could potentially happen, but there are also numerous things that could happen. And we are dealing with that situation in an imperfect world where everything's on fire, everybody's trying to cut costs and all of that stuff, It's a bad situation. So the only thing we can do is play the hand that is given us. And it's imperfect, it's a poker hand, it's a king with a 2, oh my God, here we go, But that is the reality. So the conversation you need to have with that business person, your boss, your responsible, your friend, is what are we going to put our chips in? And that is, I think, more fundamentally what foresight is about, is exploring the options and then making a decision where are we going to put our chips in one basket. Now this has been a bit of a journey for me to get to this point. We try to turn everything into a 4-hour workshop, for example. We did that yesterday and we realized, holy moly, this stuff is so complex. 4 hours is way too short. But that's the reality. We never have enough time. We never have enough resources. We can't do everything we want. We can't do perfect. So what I want to send you off on is when you are working on anything that looks a bit broader, a bit further ahead than next week, or whatever it is that are happening, I want to encourage you to stay away from the we are asking for budget type of conversations. You need to demonstrate why and what you are doing, basically, that shows outcomes. And it sounds so simple, but right now a lot of teams I work with, at least, the people I speak to, even in this audience, they struggle with what is going on right now with the situation. So there needs to be some kind of short-term, long-term thing, and we need to educate these bosses, these directors, these business stakeholders on clarity, alignment, a bit of more decision-making. Is your team interested in metrics? We can do metrics. Just make sure that you don't focus on performance metrics, but focus on impact metrics, right? That's also one thing I'd like to say about that is often when CTI teams think about metrics, they do the equivalent of a hamster wheel and how fast the hamster wheel is spinning. But nobody cares because the hamster isn't going anywhere, right? So that is the thing you're trying to say. If the hamster actually gets out of the cage, that is an interesting metric, right? So then the question is, that's a risk avoided. But then the question obviously becomes, can you go a bit deeper, a bit further ahead than like these operational or technical metrics? And can you basically also look at what are the investments we've made and are those good choices? And help hold people accountable for those decisions, right? So for example, that person in the beginning, that basically the reason they're concerned is because they read something about the news. And you probably have done all you can. And there's many techniques and methods and theories about giving them a way to think about the future. But in the end, what you need to present them and give them is a simple way to actually show, well, this is the perspective you have. You have to choose. There's 1, 2, 3 roads ahead of you. And you basically want to say, well, this is the simple road, we just carry on with what we're doing, and all will be fine. Or this is the hard road, and you have to invest 500K in fixing this particular problem and make sure that we have all the supply chain packages under control and all that sort of stuff. Obviously, this is a metaphor, but this is the kind of conversations teams often do not have. And I encourage you to have this conversation and be the sign in the middle. With that said, I'm going to leave you off. Try to be as curious as possible. That is what got me into the place I am where I am today. Always hungry, always looking for new ways on what can we do better, what can we do different. I will never accept some of the mediocrity that we see in this field, and I'm genuinely of belief that generative AI has actually exposed a lot of mediocre stuff. I will not accept that, and I will hold everyone accountable for that, even in my team. So we'll always keep pushing, and I encourage you to do the same thing, because that will get you to these better conversations with any of your stakeholders, any of your business folks. And I also encourage you to step on this stage next year and share your story about what you learned this year, what you want to do, what you think about all of this. I started my journey in sharing this sort of stuff since 2019. It's been really helpful in finding my voice, but also understanding that a lot of us struggle with rudimentary basics and maybe cannot even think about how to think about the future because we're too deep in what we're doing now. Now, and that's one thing we also do is we share a lot of the materials out. So if you're struggling with that sort of thing, in the QR code, there's a link towards most of the tips and tricks and how-tos and all that sort of jazz we're doing. We're sharing that back. We're also launching new products on that sort of capability, making this kind of knowledge available for people who are underserved and don't have the budget on that. Stay tuned for the social channels on that sort of thing. But with that, I'd like to send you off. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, TJ. I see one question. We have time for one question.
Yeah, thanks very much for the great talk. I was wondering, especially on the slide when you were talking about different timelines in terms of what the security team is doing and the business team is doing. And I've actually often seen that, right? But I was wondering what maybe your experience or your thoughts around connecting CTI with a function like business continuity management, and especially the very, I think, essential and useful information you get out of the business impact analysis, where exactly this is a topic which is tackled there, right?
The interesting lesson I've learned is when, so a lot of the stuff we do is we model out the scenarios. And then the question becomes like, what do we do with it? And it's like, okay, we can actually create incident response playbooks, we can create hunts. But one of the more useful use cases we have found out is that there's a huge link in the business impact analysis, because when we onboard new technology, we have to actually ask them, send them a quick questionnaire to do something about that. So yes, there is definitely a huge link into that thinking about what we do. The issue I often see is then it needs to go from compliance theater to practicing resilience. So often what I see is that the issue is that we then have that understanding of the BIA and we have the understanding of the GRC stuff, then we have some smart folks of CTI. But the issue is then, okay, how do we glue it all together? And that creates huge tension, not gonna lie. And I think one of the key methods to help sort that discussion out is continuity management. Because then it's about, I don't care about what you have on paper, show me that you can recover. Show me that you can do it. I don't care about those Excel files. When there's a problem, and if the supplier doesn't pick up the phone, then it doesn't matter that we have a good contract, it matters that somebody picks up the phone, right? And that is in my opinion, that works on a short-term perspective, incidents, but also strategic forecasting. When you think about what do we need to invest in the next 5 years, and look at, what do we have in our environment. I'd love to talk more about that later. But good question, thank you.
All right, thanks again, Gert-Jan. We now have our first break and we'll continue at 10:45. Thanks.
whole thing.
Sure. Amazing, because well, and there I am. Let's see. All right, can you hear me? Is that all right?
All good back here?
Is that good?
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, and you don't hear me breathe and stuff because that's so annoying. All right, so how do you go back and forth? Oh, yes, it's like. But how do you go back? Oh, yes, this one.
That one, yep.
Okay, I see. Alrighty, easy.
That's good. Let's get some pics.
All right, before everyone comes in. Ja. Ja. Men så er det pga. den nå er den litt for stram. Oi. Jeg tror jeg bare sjekker
Okay, welcome back to the second session of today. Have a seat, grab something to drink. 10 years ago was the first CTI conference I could attend. Now it's not my 10th. I missed some in between. But the first talk will start with a topic that is older than CTI itself. It's one of the most important questions in intelligence. Who did it? And Marty will give us a head start how we can try to attribute who was responsible for the attack. Marty, the stage is yours.
Yes, so no pressure there, eh? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, how's it going? A little bit of an average response, eh? I totally get it. It's been the first networking break today, so some of you guys have probably, catched up with some old mates or, gotten some new acquaintances, right? And maybe some of the things you talked about are still, lingering, so I totally get it. But you know what? I'm not really worried about that because, what I'm going to present today, I'm personally quite passionate about, and I think you guys will find it quite interesting as well. Because today we're going to go through threat actor profiling. And just out of curiosity, how many here have worked with that before? Raise a hand. So not a lot of people, but that's all right because this is how to get started with threat actor profiling, okay? But before I continue, I should probably introduce myself. My name is Martha. I have a background from the police. I worked as a first responder and also as an investigator. But then, I wanted some new challenges, so I went on specializing in cybersecurity and now work as a cyber threat intelligence analyst in Sør-Øst, Norway. So I'm really grateful and excited to present for you guys here today. And I want to let you guys in on a little secret on how this, presentation came to be, right? So I mentioned I have a background from the police, right? And one of the main objectives in the police is, to find the bad guy, to understand who the perpetrator is, right? But when I moved, working from the physical domain and into the cyber domain, people didn't really focus on it. And for me, you can imagine I was quite frustrated on this because for years I've been focusing on the perpetrator. So I was curious, why is this? And how would you even go about doing profiling in the cyber domain? Because I know how to do it in the physical domain. And that's kind of how I started going down, the rabbit hole of profiling. And I wanted to find some sort of framework that would show me how to do profiling from A to Z. But you know what I found? Not a lot, to be honest. At least when it comes to the publicly available information, there's not really any standardized model showing you how to do profiling from A to Z. So I kind of came at a crossroad. I had two options. I could either, go on with my life, pretend this problem didn't exist, and just forget about it. Or I can do what any sane person would do in this scenario, which is to, create my own. Team up with two professors and get it published. And that's what I want to present for you guys today, the PAC model. So what we're going to do is we're going to dip our toes a little bit into attribution and profiling. Then I'm going to explain the PAC model, and then I thought it would be cool to showcase how it works through a real-life case, the crash override attack, and at the end, some keynotes. And unfortunately, there won't be time for any questions, but if you have any questions or comments, please reach out later. We can, have a chat, grab a coffee, no worries, eh? So yeah, without further ado, let's just dive straight into it. So, when it comes to attribution, for those that don't know, this is the process of finding out who is behind an attack, right? But this is way harder. It's easier said than done. And why is that? Well, we have something called the attribution problem, which I guess most of you have heard about. Because it's quite hard to link, technical evidence to a person. And there's technical obstacles, you have false flag operations, You have legal aspects. You have like the way, cybercrime and all that world is kind of structured and organized. So why on earth should we focus on attribution, right? If it's this hard. I had a professor, and he said, you shouldn't really focus on it. You should just focus on defense. And don't get me wrong, you should focus on defense. I mean, if anyone here isn't doing that, like, I am genuinely worried. But I don't agree that you should throw the whole attribution process in the bin. Because surely there are some, positive aspect with it, right? Some say you should focus on attribution because of deterrence. Now, deterrence, is the theory. If you're easily caught, you're less likely to do it. Not sure how much that works in practice. Some say you should focus on attribution because of cyber war convention. Like, there's not really any effective cyber war convention in place because of this problem. And there's many other reasons. Now, I know what you guys probably are thinking right now. Martha, what on earth are you on about? Deterrence, cyber war convention. That's not relevant to me in my organization. Come on, Martha, you are wasting my time. You should just sip it and go home. But chill, all right? Just give me a chance, because there is one positive aspect, too, and that is more targeted defense. Now, you might ask, okay, but what does it matter if I know if it's APT 28? How would that give me more targeted defense? Well, knowing who might not, but a part of the attribution process is also threat actor profiling. And now the threat actor profiling focuses more on how the attack was executed by the attacker, what happened, and why. Now, hopefully things are getting a little bit more interesting, right? And that brings us to the PAC model. Now, I mentioned, I was on a quest to find a standardized model that would show me how to do profiling from A to Z. And I went, down the rabbit hole. And I'm going to present some models here, but you don't necessarily need to, see all the details. So if you can't see it, I will explain it. But the first model I encountered was the diamond model that I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen already. It kind of showcases the relationship between threat actors and the victim, infrastructure and capabilities. Good principles, but it's not really what I'm looking for, is it? So I continued my quest, and I came across the CAM model. Now, the CAM model is very similar to DIME model, but it incorporates motivation specifically. But again, it's not really what I'm looking for, is it? Right? But I'm determined, so I continue my search. And I came across this, the BEA model. Yes, it has some good concepts, like you should not be biased, and you should, think about different types of hypotheses. But it also includes victimology, crime scene characteristics, and offender characteristics. But again, it's not really what I'm looking for, is it? And at this point, I'm getting quite frustrated, eh? All right, one last shot. This one has to be it, right? Crike me. If I'm going to use an Australian term, I'm not here to fox spiders, right? I'm not here to mess around. And yes, this model has some good concepts. It has some good questions you should ask in the process. But where on earth do you start on this? Do you start at the tail? Do you start at the top, in the middle? I have no freaking idea, do you? So this is when I realized I had to create my own. But in order to do that, I have to create it in, I have to include frameworks where profiling would make sense. So I included the CTI, incident response, and the digital forensics frameworks, right? And, motivations was mentioned. So we need a framework for that as well, and that's where the Rascals comes in. But there's something missing here. Because when you think about, cyber attacks, they're quite technical. So we need a way to, structure our technical findings in a way that makes sense. And that's where the meter comes in. Now, why are we focusing? And this one is focused on the TTPs. Why are we focusing on that? Well, obviously, if you think of the pyramid of pain, that's one of the hardest things to change, so it makes sense. Now, for those of you who work with intelligence, you probably will relate to this, but what happens if someone comes to you and say, you know what, I heard, I don't know, Bob from accounting got attacked. I'm like, oh, where did you hear that? From, my colleague's friend's dog's owner's husband. That's not really trustworthy, is it? So we need a way to, validate the information, because not all information has the same, should be valued the same. And that's where the Admiralty Code comes in. Now, so a little bit of an information overload with all these frameworks, eh? But the point here is that PACT isn't anything, revolutionary. It's probably a little bit weird to say, but it's based on things we already know. I just try to structure in a way that made sense, to me in terms of having more A to Z type of thing. So yeah, this is the PACT model. And I know what you guys are thinking right now, eh? That's one hell of a sexy process model, eh? Yeah. It's a wonder I'm still single with this in my arsenal, because, look at this. Do you want to come home and have a look at my PACT model? It doesn't really work. But now that I got you guys' attention, this is how it works. So, an incident is detected. You collect and process the data, and you put an Admiralty Code on it, and then you would analyze it. And this has different stages. So the two stages can happen at the same time. You have the victimology section that focuses more on who's the victim and why did he get targeted. And then you have the crime scene assessment, which focuses more on the cyber attack itself, like what happened and how did it happen. And then you can combine these to even squeeze more data from it, and you have a third step. Now, a little bit criticism to my naming on this. The naming on the third step should, I realize, be offender characteristics, so just pretend that's what it says. But it focuses on more the attacker itself. Who is the attacker, what's the motivation, and so forth. Now, all of these three stages kind of makes the profile. And you can stop here if you want, but imagine if we had some sort of database with already existing profiles. And maybe we could, compare. Have you seen this type of attack before? And I'm not meaning to find a specific, perfect match in there, but have you seen, something similar before? Where have you seen it? What sectors? So you could have a database where you compare it and you put an attribution likelihood value on the different entries in it. And this model will kind of goes in a loop as long as you have data. But if you don't, the process is finished. You present your findings either in a report or whatnot, and then you have lessons learned. And it's important to note that the whole process, you should be an equivocal analysis, quite a fancy word, but meaning you shouldn't have any bias and you should think of all the different hypotheses. Now, I thought it would be cool to showcase it in through an example case. But I just want to highlight that this one is highly simplified because, for one, I don't have time to make it very realistic. We would be here for a long time. But the point here is rather to show how the model works. And I'm going to use the crash override attack. Now, how many people have heard about this attack before? Raise a hand. Not a lot of people. What if I say in Destroyer? Still not a lot of people. Have you guys heard about the black energy attack? Yeah, a little bit more? Well, so this is black energy's attack's little sister. So this was an attack on the Ukrainian power grid back in 2016. And that's what we're going to go through. So imagine the attack happened, you have collected the data, you processed it, you put an Admiralty Code on it, and now you're going to analyze it. And we start with the victimology section. So in this case, the victim is Ukraine. The sector that is targeted is, the energy sector, is the power grid, and is quite critical infrastructure, right? Now, if you look at the crime scene assessment, this is, where the Mitri attack framework comes in and so forth, and how the attack kind of was executed. I'm not going to go into too much detail here, but just to give you a little bit of an overview. So the way the crash override attack happened was, no surprises there, they infiltrated the business side of the network through phishing. And once they were inside there, they started to do credential capture through tools like Mimikatz and Windows built-ins. And once they were able to do that, they did privilege escalation, and they moved laterally through the system. And their goal was to reach the ICS of the network, the OT side of it. And once they were in here, they did more reconnaissance. And they made a tailored malware specific to that system. And then they installed it as the Windows system service, so it will be there even if it was rebooted. Now, when the attack was launched, now this is a year after they first infiltrated the system, so they've been in the system for quite a while. Two things happened. So there's a Viper that kind of was there to make a repair quite hard, and also to remove any traces. And then you also had another section that was supposed to call the power loss. Now, this attack was not successful. It didn't cause the power loss that it was meant to be. And now we have the victimology section, we have the crime scene assessment section, and now we can, use that in the third section. So when you think about the victim, and the kind of the conflict that's going on, with Ukraine, like the war that's going on with Ukraine and Russia, a very likely country that a lot of people probably think of already is like, okay, this got to be Russia. But remember, we got to think of other hypotheses as well, because, could it be a country that benefit from it being a conflict between Russia and Ukraine, or Russia on the West, right? So, but let's, for this example, say, okay, it could be Russia, it could be others. And their motivation, if you look at the malware, how it is designed, it's obviously designed for destruction. If it causes power outage in Kyiv during winter, maybe it will cause fear as well, and so forth. And if you think about the capabilities, they were in the system for quite a long time, and they tailored a malware specific to a system that not many people actually have that much knowledge about regarding the protocols. So they're quite resourceful, quite skillful, and so this is how this section goes, right? So all of these three sections kind of are the profile, and then you also put in the Mitri kind of framework as well, both the enterprise layer and the ICS layer. And you can stop here, you have your profile. But remember, I mentioned there could be a database. So in this case, we have a database based on two different axes. So the first one is Sandworm. Now, Sandworm is an APT group, for those of you who don't know. They're famously known for attacking NATO countries, and they're a Russian group. So they're anyone that is against Russia, basically. They're quite skillful and resourceful, and they normally are quite destructive attacks. Lapsus, on the other hand, is a cyber criminal group. They don't really link to any country per se, so the victimology is quite random. They're quite opportunistic, so they will just target anyone who, where they can earn money, basically. And they're quite skillful, but not as sophisticated as an APT. And then you have No Name. Now, No Name is an activist group, victimology, a Russian activist group, sorry. So the victimology is very similar to Sandworm. And they're quite noisy. They're not that, skillful compared to the others. They normally use DDoS attacks, and they normally claim their attacks as well, like on Telegram and whatnot. So now we have, we have our database. We have our profile from the attack, and now we need a way to compare it. So the way we can compare it is we need a probability matrix ranging from highly unlikely to highly likely. So stage one would be to compare the victimology section from the profile with all the sections in the database, set a likelihood value, and then the stage 2, you will do the same with the crime scene assessment, but you will revisit the next step and see, has the likelihood changed? And then you will do the same for the 3rd step, where you do the offender characteristics section, the 3rd step, remember? And you will revisit and see, has the likelihood changed for that actor in the database? And the result looks like something like this. No surprise, Sandworm was behind the crash override attack. And yeah, that's just an example how it can be done. Now, I'm sure a lot of you have some thoughts about this. Some of you are probably thinking I'm presenting this because I think this model is flawless and perfect. There's no challenge whatsoever. Everything is just rainbows and butterflies, eh? No, that's not the case. I've created this model as like a building block, as a starting point. But there are challenges, because this model depends, for this to work, it depends on a lot of data, right? And from experience, when you work on an attack, you don't sometimes have all the data. So that is one aspect of it. Collaboration as well. I mean, if you think about the Admiralty Code and how you should, the Admiralty Code on it and how you classify the information. Maybe some people that you collaborate with, right? They don't really care about classifying it correctly. Then your profiles will be wrong as well. And in general, with the intelligence community, collaboration is have been a little bit of an issue at least. And then the database. Now, some of you might be thinking, okay, Martha, you have the framework, but where on earth is this database you've been talking about? I haven't created it. I mean, come on, guys. I'm not going to do all the work. So the database is an issue in itself, because how do you keep it updated? Because the information changes all the time. How do you make sure it's correct? And surely, with so much information, you should include AI, I think. And that brings up, a lot of different other challenges as well. But manual comparison, that's, I would say, impossible with the amount of data that we might have to go through. So yeah. That was my presentation. If you guys have any question, reach out later. Otherwise, reach out on email or on LinkedIn. And as a last note, in Soprasteria, where I work, we have just released an intelligence report that I highly recommend everyone to read. So in Soprasteria, we have offices all over Europe and also in Canada, so that we have collaborated with. So it's a lot of valuable information in here. I have some example, documents here if you want some physical documents, but it's also available online. So I recommend reading it. All right. Well, thank you so much for your attention, and have a great conference.
Okay. Thank you, Marta. We have time for some questions.
Oh, yeah.
Then maybe one question. Yeah.
All right.
Hi. So how do you accurately assess the inputs for threat actor attribution? And accurately is slippery, I know, but how do you think about those inputs when you're thinking about what groups you're going to consider for the outputs of the PACT model?
Do you mean accurate, in terms of how you would categorize the...
No, so let's say you have a group of threat actors. If the goal is attribution, how are you getting to that group? How do you know that there's not an insufficient category bias? There's not enough choices to actually to have the right choices to have what threat actors it is or could be.
Yeah, so if you compare with the database and there's not enough choices, and then there will be a challenge, is that way?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How are you actually tactically having that database in some, because you've been able to apply it, right? So how are you doing that now, even if the database doesn't exist yet?
Yeah, this was just a way to showcase it, but obviously that would be a challenge with it, and this is more of a how to say, an idea of how it could be. It hasn't been physically implemented by me or anyone yet, if that makes sense. So that is definitely a challenge, for sure, and that's again the amount of data that I mentioned, and the lack of data could, be an issue as well.
Got it. Maybe it's possible to leverage the data that we do have around threat actor groups in the widely available fields to start working on that solution.
Yeah. A good question. Thank you.
Any more questions? Otherwise, I think Marta will be around
Yes.
during the conference, so just contact her if you have more to discuss. So what's the most important thing at the first CTI conference? It is a talk from Circle. All conferences I attended, they gave some talks, and this year is no different. So welcome Alexandre and Christian from Circle. Another year, another tool they want to present. The stage is yours.
Thank you. By the way, to be presented by Andreas Müllermann, which is a huge contributor of MISP, this is great too. So thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Glad to be with you today. And I remember the first one at first CTI in Munich, in the campus at Siemens, and that was a great start. And I think it's more than a great start nowadays. It's a great conference too. So glad to be with you. I'm Alex. I will present with Christian a new tools. That's basically the mantra that we have, at least one or more tools at each first CTI conference. So this one is about CTI Transmute.
Just quick introduction. I'm Christian. I'm not presenting as often as Alex. So quick introduction. I've been working on MISP for the past almost 10 years, and mostly on the integrations and converting information from MISP with other tools and platforms.
And Christian and I, we are co-chairing CTI TC Sticks at Oasis, and so we were involved into standard for some years, and why it's matter. And I think that's really the thing. So maybe many of you are, I think Thomas Schreck was talking about PDF document and so on, and obviously a lot of people are now to do actually structured format, which is great. I mean, it's if you are using sticks, MISP standard format, even CSV still, that's great. So actually there are plenty of different formats. It's a reality. They are structured, they are very specific scope and topic format like Sigma, and thanks to Thomas for the workshop of yesterday about Sigma, Yara, and so on. And there are plenty of formats. And this problem is not new. I think for the past 15 years, we had discussion about how to basically better integrate format and so on. For the MISP standard format is actually something that we designed for years, which is an operational format, which is really strongly linked to the sharing communities and so on. It's really for actually sharing and contributing. Sticks is also a very common language for many products that you see on the CTI landscape, for multi-automation pipeline and so on. So actually, sometimes we have this kind of friction about the different formats where a lot of CTI teams are kind of, I would say, obliged to deal with those format translations and mapping and so on. So it's quite common problems. I think Christian gets some white hairs when he was doing automatic conversion with the different stick formats. So it's really a challenging one. It's actually a repetitive work, even if the structure format is really helping a lot. The interoperability between all those formats are challenging. Even for the same format, you might have multiple versions. So you might have vendors having custom extensions, custom things, and so on. And basically, interoperability of it remains a huge issue for every one of us. So for sometimes I prefer to work on getting information from a C2 or something I found on a Russian hosted web provider than actually doing conversion of files. So that's the thing that basically trigger what we started. But maybe the most important thing is usually when we do a tool for two reasons. So this one is a background reason. I think there's a logical reason, but there's a trigger, at least someone complaining. So why we started CTI Transmute? So the reason behind was the following. So maybe some of you know what we are developing called ALE. It's a tool for analyzing unstructured informations. And we had a request from CertEU, those nice folks over there, to have stick support in ALE framework. And the ALE framework actually supports the complete full-blown MISP standard format. So that sounds quite logical. But if you had to implement it in sticks and extension in ALE, for the developers, it's painful.
And we still have already the sticks conversion using the Python library that is used on MISP, but the lead developer of Ale, Aurélien, didn't really want to integrate this directly.
Yeah. So actually was cursing in French, so I will not do it here. So he said basically he didn't want to touch sticks, and he said not even with a rusty button. So that was pretty clear. We even make a small graph diagram about his point of view. Christian is sharing the front desk with him, and sometimes he's cursing. Well, I think Christian is French, but Aurélien is even more French sometimes. But okay, that's I'm Belgium, so that's no worries. So the thing is, as Christian mentioned, we basically already did a lot of work on Mystics, and I think this library is becoming kind of standard in many tools and so on. But we said maybe we should listen to Aurélien. Even if he's cursing in French and so on, we need to find the tools or something that basically add conversion layer, and maybe he should not care into it. I think he was right. He's right because the developer or the engineers developing tools should not worry about maintaining like 5, 6 or different formats, which I think make a lot of sense.
And at this point, we were really like, wow, why didn't we think before
Yeah.
creating this tool to have the live conversion instead of making people install a Python library or using MISP and having pinpoints between Ale, MISP. Yeah, just make it easy, have a live API, a live instance website. People can just go there, put their JSON format, put their MISP or sticks files, and have a live conversion.
Yeah, so the idea with CTI Transpute is basically to build the tools that can support these conversions without infecting the actual tool set of the developers, which is supporting already one of the formats. The thing is, just for a kind of reminder, and I think many of you know the different challenges for CTI and conversions. I think on the past with Mystics, you had some good experience on the different data models too, and how to map those.
Already from the beginning, when I started working within the Circle team and the MISP core team, it was always an issue, and I, in fact, started working on this kind of exchange, on this kind of conversion between exchange formats. And MISP is a format that is built for sharing information, CTI information, but also intelligence at large. And we had those issues with sticks being really focused on CTI. And there, the problems started with the conversion. And we had to deal with those problems, with those mapping issues. Another problem, obviously, you all know the difference between the formerly used and the currently used sticks versions. One was XML. Hopefully, I don't need to parse some XML nowadays anymore. I would have even more gray hair, I guess. So JSON is much better, and
yeah, another issue that we have seen in all the songs conversion is basically the semantic gap. Even if you have fields that have exactly the same names, an IP source may be the name of the same meaning from another format. And that's for us another challenging one is when we do conversion tools, for example, the Mystics library that Christian developed actually adds some semantic on top of it, which is super important when you do translations. It's not like if you look at a book translator, the book translator is actually not doing a one-to-one translation, it's really rewriting the books. And I think the translation aspect on CTI content is actually the same stuff. Another thing that is interesting too is you have to keep a kind of fidelity of the content. So the analysts that are creating data, they don't want their data to be basically like translated one-to-one without actually preserving what he wanted to convey when creating format and so on. So which is, I think, quite interesting on that aspect, but it's hard problems. Another thing that we have seen too is the trust. So the producer of some data are actually very lax, or some are even a bit weak on what they actually convey on the format.
Some vendors, for example, just focus on a specific aspect because they focus on a specific aspect of CTI and they just look at that aspect of the format, but they don't care about the surrounding aspects. So that's a kind of challenging problems. There are plenty of problems. We can talk about problems for times, but we want to have a solution for that. And that's why we did CTI Transmute. Actually, why the names is basically, turning metals into gold. That's actually the thing. So we try to do that. So CTI Transmute is two aspects. It's an open source software that you can install and run, and is an online services too. So it's actually a conversion layer to facilitate the conversions. First, MIST standard and sticks, but we have right now in the pipe plenty of new development on an extension. We'll go back later on the roadmap. The thing that we wanted is basically to be able to use it ourselves. So that means Aurélien, which is actually developing the other software, can actually use it blindly, and it works in the operational networks, infrastructures. He can even use the online services. By the way, we do the online services for two things, at least to please everyone to have a nice services. The second part is to please ourselves to get broken files too. So it very often that we receive files that need to be converted and stuff like that. And the CTI Transmute interface helps us to basically gather sticks files that are not parsing, MISP containing OQuant, Galaxy, things like that. It's really a nice way to basically gather a corpus of nice files.
That always has been an issue. Usually people think issues are bad, but for me, when I got issues with sticks conversion to MISP, I was always happy because it was a nice chance to get some samples, because the conversion mapping is could be an endless loop, and getting samples really is when you see what people actually use, how they define their own version of their sticks format, because it's at the same time restrictive, and at the same time you can define things pretty much how you.
Yeah. And really the goal of CTI Transmute there is to basically delegate the format-specific engineering. So we don't want to deal with this format handling. We basically outsource this into a software that is basically open source that people can maintain and so on, which is already with a strong basis because we have the library actually supporting that. So how is the software working? It's basically composed on multiple parts, but the first focus was the API.
Usually that's how we work. We want to have an API that is functional, that is easily usable. Everything that comes on top of it is a bonus. Maybe not for the web UI, because it's always nice to have a web UI.
Yeah, and so if you have a look at it, and if you use it right now, it's basically the web UI is quite nice. You can basically do interactive conversions. If you have to test conversion between sticks files and others, you can do it. You can even do it to share even sticks conversion files with other partners. We basically have a very nice way to share public or private documents. You have even diffing there. So if you have different revisions of the same documents, you can basically look at the different views. You have this kind of share links, so that's pretty cool to share this. We might come with other things on top of it, but that's really the basis. It's already there. It's working. We use it for different operational projects. We will show some integrations, but that's really the core part. If you see something that is really missing for you, let us know. We are more than happy to do that. So if you look at the global view how it works, actually you have a box called CTI Transmute, which is basically the service layer, and you basically have CTI Producer that can basically input data into the box and convert the output. That's basically it. You have some options, but out of the box is actually doing it. So thanks to I think the complex part is not the basically API part. It's actually the Mystics library, which is this default converter, which is strongly relying to the CTI sticks 1, 2, basically. So it's basically a top of that library too. And the idea is to basically have the same model for other converter in the futures. So again, it's an open source project, and the Mystics library is basically the core library that is actually supporting sticks and MISP format.
Yeah, definitely the idea was supporting one pretty complex conversion first, and then have that first version that works, and we definitely want to integrate more formats. As I explained before, really simple API points. There's a link with the Swagger definition of the API, but it's just straightforward, pretty self-explanatory. It's just you give a MISP JSON file or a sticks file, and it works.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's basically you have an introspection point. You have a Swagger files too. So if you want to do automatic creation of modules for doing conversion later on, you can just like base on that and discover the API endpoint, and that's really easy. If, for example, you have a tool that are actually supporting sticks export or a tool supporting MISP export, you just point to the API, and basically you have a converted tools supporting sticks or MISP. So that's already a quick win. For us, it was a quick win because I'll show some integration later, and that's interesting. So the conversion engine. So the MISP sticks part is, I think, one of the key elements, and I think the bidirectional conversion is key. So I don't know if you have seen, if you already tried to write some conversion tools for standard in CTI. The main problem is to be lossless. So you might have a format expressing something that the other format doesn't support, and vice versa. The development of this contain actually the two integrations. You can basically export custom extensions from MISP to sticks. And if you have those custom extensions to sticks, they are back into the MISP standard. Then, obviously, the thing is, you can map existing things like what we call object template or Galaxy in MISP to basically find the sticks objects that are semantically correct, or the ones that are, I would say, more custom to MISP or more into intelligent at large. And then we have the famous 2IDS flags, so the difference between observability between sticks documents and MISP. So basically you have in MISP simple flags, basically on sticks is separated on two kind of data elements, and the library is basically supporting that on a strong basis. The thing that we already discussed a bit with Oasis CTI TC is about the extensions. A lot of vendors are putting extensions nowadays, and we want to better support those extensions and to have a kind of, repository of those extensions to facilitate the integration of the different things. The thing that we know that we use Mystics for, I don't know, more than 6 years now on MISP. So we know it's basically operational, used everywhere. So that means it's the same library. We don't plan to change it. And this one is the one that is a fundamental one behind CTI and Transmute. Now I have a question for you, a quick question for you. Because we want to get rid of the XML parsing of a Mystics library, especially for Sticks 1. So could you raise your hand if you are still using Sticks 1 in this room? Awesome, great. Oh, you have one over there. Okay. Okay. So we might need to put a contract on the head of the Cisco representative there. Okay, great. Awesome. I think we need to talk together and find the right contact there. I mean the address of the persons. But indeed, sometimes for conversions, we need to deprecate some part. If you want to be backward compatible for years, it's fine. But for example, XML parsing is introducing vulnerabilities that we want to get rid of. So the thing that is, I think, interesting is what is good conversions. So I think initially when we do converter, we have this kind of idea. We do a dictionary, we do mapping of fields. Everything is fine. Actually, it's a very different one. So there's this question that a conversion tool, some people think that it's a complete mathematical isomorphism. You can basically like map it on a structure on a mathematical one. If you look carefully, I think it's more craft than science, because there's a lot of interpretation logic in the conversion aspect. We looked into the code base. Now we have around 35K lines of Pythons for the semantic logic.
Yeah, exactly. And the question that I often got, I didn't get it recently again, but I was not able to answer. The question was, what is the coverage percentage? How much do you cover sticks to MISP? And I was like, this is difficult to answer. There are so many different ways to represent things. On MISP side, we have larger use cases. So in fact, it's just difficult. And especially when you think about tools that are able to ingest the resulting sticks file. So this is where it's really important to mention that we try to preserve the analyst intent. We try to preserve the logic of the data that is presented, that is described.
I think a good example is a patterning language in sticks. I think maybe of you know this part of the sticks format. And this format is very interesting in the fact that it's a complete language. I think this one is even Turing complete. So you can even write programs with it, but not everyone is using it. And the coverage, and we had a discussion recently on the TC, how many people are actually using the full language scope. And what we discover is actually the majority of usage is like, I think, even 5 or 10% of the language itself. So it's something that you have to keep in mind. Full coverage is a nice goal, but is it reachable? We don't think so.
I've been building test suites to just cover a lot of use cases I thought about, but I've never seen the same complexity in the patterns used in an actual real-life scenario with actual data. So I have no clue.
Yeah, so if you want to discuss with us later on about the patterning language around a tea or a beer, feel free. So if you look back at the interface and just like to show how it is, if you go on cti-transmute.org, you actually have the live conversion use case. So you have an UI for that. So you can actually automatically bridge community. So if you have basically two systems that are not doing automatic pipelinings of conversion and so on, you can just do it. If you have like external CTI and you want to just do the translation automatically and so on, including the triage and so on, you can actually use the live conversion tools and the API. Thing that is interesting for us too is we have this kind of workflow and MISP and pipelines, which mean that the conversion process could be basically just like a box input, output, and we do the actual translations of the conversion there. Just a screenshot of what we do. So for example, maybe some of you are very familiar with the CISA report. They are regularly reporting and publishing. No, not at the same rhythm that previously, but they are still, and those ones are quite good usually, containing, I think, a lot of details about trade actors and current campaigns. So we, for example, use those one as test case on a regular basis. And you can see on the platform here, you basically have the sticks input in a pre-print. You can just click on the MISP output. You have actually the MISP output. On top right, you can basically lock it, make it private, public. You can share it. You can even edit it. And you can even compare versions. So if you have like multiple versions, which happen sometimes on the website, they update the sticks files, but you don't know about it. And you can just upload it back. And then you see that there's a difference between the two files.
But definitely, if you're willing to produce some sticks files, you can have a look at those ones produced by CISA. They're usually very good built. The format itself is correct and valid, and those ones I like integrating those ones. Ingesting those ones into MISP because it's always a good use case for fine-tuning the conversion library.
So, as we were saying, usually if you do use it out of the box, it will work. Nevertheless, we have some optional things that can be configured when you do conversion. I just took this example here because there's the sticks to MISP conversions. You see at the bottom the different sharing mechanism. So the sticks format doesn't include sharing mechanism like we have in MISP. So you actually have to specify this kind of parameter there.
Yeah, those ones really are for MISP. MISP fields to decide who you want to share the information with. This is probably going to be used later on when we have a direct integration with MISP, but it's still useful now when you use the tool and get the MISP format as an output, and you
you can actually use it and just import it out of the
And you upload it directly on MISP, yeah.
Yeah. And you see that there are some checkbox below that are interesting because you have some semantic, for example, in bundles from sticks, which are different on the MISP event, but you can basically just like adapt it to make it like functional there. So what are the current integrations? And I think the project is quite new, so it's nothing, it's really recent. So the first that we integrate is rule set. So we did a workshop yesterday about it. So rule set is a platform for managing detection rules, Yara rules, Sigma rules, and so on. And obviously, conversion for rules make a lot of sense. So if you go to that website, you'll see all the different rules that you have there, and those are actually including a conversion mechanism. So every rules that you have there are automatically converted to the MISP format and to sticks, thanks to the integration with CTI Transmute. So we use it as a test case for us to be sure it works, if it's scale, if it's actually operationals. And we had an immediate value because we basically, Theo, we did the implementation on the rule set, didn't touch anything, didn't touch the MISP library. He just used the API, push the file, and output it on the interface, so it's straightforward.
And when there's a bug, I'm just the one fine-tuning the library.
And which basically percolate to all the other toolings. And then the L framework. So I think that Aurélien was complaining about sticks. No, he cannot go after, and I think he has to implement it by just using the CTI Transmute. So it's kind of internal jokes, but the direct benefit is basically people using L could use MISP output and standard output. Just to come back, it's actually the system is that the following system is basically you have your systems, which is like we don't touch anything, but you can just use the integration. So if you support one of the formats of a CTI Transmute, currently MISP or sticks or one of the sticks format, you basically support the other format. So that's really one of the things that really work, and that's straightforward at the end. So roadmap, time is running, so I just want to go maybe on crazy thing that we want to do. So when we started to play with CTI Transmute, colleagues look at it and say, oh, that's cool, but can we do enrichment too? And I was like, okay, why not? So the idea is the following. So maybe some of you know the MISP module. So it's the huge set of, I think we have more than 400 modules for expansions, import, export logic, and so on. But the idea is basically to automatically plug that into CTI Transmute. So that means all the ecosystem of MISP modules can be used in CTI Transmute. So an example, you get a sticks files. You have an IP addresses into it. You have a MISP module for passive DNS. That's fine. You can basically just convert it to the MISP format, do the expansions, and then convert it back to sticks, and you basically have your record with the passive DNS. So the idea is really to not only translate the payload, but it's actually to add some additional information. So that's an idea that we have. And that's pretty straightforward to do because we have the building blocks. Now we need to do it easily. So the thing that we are working on is obviously more converters. Obviously, we have a very good converter of MISP sticks, but we might need to go to some other things. We had some requests about the CSV format, so that's interesting for us. Another thing that we want to do is basically to see that the profiles of the data themselves are actually usable against a specific product. So if vendors are able to provide profiles, then we can say, okay, this output should be able to work on that product or software. Sticks one has these profiling things, which was, I think, pretty cool. I think a lot of vendors diverted from that in the version 2.1, but I think going back with profile will help a lot of users to actually be sure that the files and the format are actually used. Obviously, we want to facilitate the hooks and so on and the background interoperability. Thing that is still for us very important is to have a testing corpus of those files. So that's why when we have public files, we can use them into corpus for testing and so on. And having good corpus of, for example, sticks files with very strange extensions, things like that is super interesting for us, which is important too. Obviously, we want more tooling to reuse, and we want that other people are using it. So as again, it's pretty new. We plan to use it for all our tools. So that's, I think, something that we hope that everyone will actually use. So the thing is, actually, we can say that the CTI formats themselves are not actually lacking structures, but it's more like the friction there. So we try to reduce that friction between the different structure format. So it's basically bidirectionals. So as I was mentioning, we have already integrations with rule set and so on. and we plan to use in the fabric of CTI Transmute to add additional services there. So, if you are curious, the CTI Transmute website, which is production ready, are available online. If you find bugs, you want features and so on, don't hesitate to go on the GitHub repository. If you want to run your own fully internally on-prem, you can do it. Behind the scene, you have the library for the mystics and for future integration, the MISP modules. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian and Alexander. We have time for one question.
No questions?
Then thanks again for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thanks.
They will be around for the rest of the conference as well. So if you have some questions, just approach them. Then we're coming to the third talk of this second session. Just a quick poll: who doesn't like noise? And that's exactly the topic for the next talk. JJ is talking about reducing the noise. The stage is yours.
Is there a clicker? This one? Okay, thank you everybody. My name is JJ Josing, and I'm very happy to be here with y'all. It is my first time at this first event, but hopefully it won't be the last. So a little bit about myself. A lot of my tradecraft relies heavily on open source tooling, automation, and scalable intelligence sharing solutions. Most recently, I consider myself to be a MISP wrangler. The ArchISAC runs a community MISP instance for our members, and that involves supporting member adoption, troubleshooting the inevitable, as well as keeping our shared intelligence pipeline running smoothly. Some of my day-to-day involves deep diving into emerging threats and operationalizing intelligence through MISP integrations as well as enrichment pipelines. I come here from America's Dairyland, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, so with that I find myself to be a little bit of a deep-fried cheese curd enthusiast and a professional milk drinker. And when I'm not doing CTI day-to-day, I like to lift heavy stuff in the gym, play music, and wander in the woods. So if there's one thing that you all leave here from my talk with, it's hopefully the ability to transform raw indicators into high-fidelity intelligence and to do so at scale. So intelligence is only valuable when it's operational, and I'm not trying to be perfect, I'm just trying to be consistently useful here. So we'll start with a little bit of the ISAC model and MISP's role. So who in here is familiar with the ISACs? Okay, it's quite a few. Any of you members of ISACs in here? Okay, still quite a few, all right. So ISACs were formed in 1998 under a US presidential directive for different critical infrastructure owners and operators to start sharing threat information with each other. It stands for Information Sharing Analysis Center. And we try to help protect organizations, personnel, and customers from different threats. And we do so by collecting, analyzing, and disseminating actionable, being the keyword, actionable threat intelligence. And I'm sure a lot of you in this room are familiar with MISP. Open source threat intelligence platform helps to foster the sharing of structured information and has a very robust API and Python library. So the reality of shared intel feeds, well, number one, there's usually a large volume of indicators. They arrive with uneven quality, and many, while they're technically true, they can be operationally harmful, right? So the technically true things could be, somebody sharing a cmd.exe hash as part of the process chain that ends up launching the malware. Like, yes, that's good context to have, but do we want to action that hash? Probably not. A lot of them lack confidence, context, or relevance to the industry. Additionally, we see a lot of analyst fatigue. So when it comes down to it, the triage becomes the bottleneck, and it results in burnout. and fatigue ends up driving mistrust, and that results in shared intelligence being ignored and potentially a delayed response to some of these threats. So what's the goal here? Number one, prevent low fidelity indicators from entering the operational pipeline. And secondly, provide a scalable, automated enrichment and vetting process that results in actionable intelligence. So if we look at some of the consequences of low quality feeds here, number one, you have a lot of noisy enforcement. These graphs here show the volume of indicators being shared in the RHISAC community across 2025. So, nearly 9,000 indicators a quarter being shared. I know volume doesn't, equate to, like much here, but just to show, like, we have a very active community. And, when you have noisy enforcements, you get ignored true positives. Ultimately, your trust is going to be reduced in that data source that you're pulling in. And you're going to have delayed incident response. If you're part of a community and something's shared, but it's in there with a bunch of noisy stuff, and you're not pulling that in, by the time it becomes open source and it's being reported, maybe you're having to respond to it now rather than taking a proactive defense. Well, the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab, they put out this low regret methodology a while back, and this is trying to focus on identifying defensible actions regardless of whether or not the threat assessment ultimately proves correct, with the goal to prioritize speed and automation over certainty that traditional triage requires. One of their core insights for this is that if you're waiting for complete determination of maliciousness, often that's going to negate the value of the intel entirely. So if an indicator meets the low regret criteria, it can automatically be blocked with minimal operational risk, even under uncertainty. And so basically trying to shift the focus of like when to take an automated action instead of whether to take that action at all. And they piloted a couple different threat feeds, and they found that nearly 1/3 of all threat intelligence can automatically be evaluated as low regret. So again, low regret meaning something's extremely unlikely to cause or disrupt operation regardless of the assessment, and a high regret is going to be something that has a potential operational risk. An example of a high regret indicator would be, legitimate O365 infrastructure. If you block, Outlook organizationally, that's going to be a bad time if you use that. If we kind of apply our enrichment and vetting process that kind of follows this low regret methodology, here's the vetted indicator rates from those quarters in 2025. So we're at or above what Johns Hopkins University has found in their research. So how do we normalize our multi-source enrichment? There's dozens of different APIs out there for enrichment and lookups and reputation, and that equates to a lot of development time. And I'm happy to announce that for a while we've had the Python Open Threat Intelligence Library available on our GitHub. It's essentially an open source modular API framework, different wrappers for a lot of different Intel APIs, with the goal to standardize all the output in machine readable format. And it has broad service coverage. So if we pivot over to all the different services, based on the indicator types would determine which services there are, and any in the multis just means it has one or more different indicator types that it can look up. So it's about 36 different ones that I've put in there over the last few years. The only dependencies for it are requests and AIO DNS and disposable email domain, so it's real lightweight and designed for accessibility first and foremost. If I wanted somebody to use it, I didn't want them to have to, be a hardcore developer. So to utilize different modules within there, it's as simple as 3 lines of code. Instantiate the module you want to use, set the URL or the indicator that you want to look up, and then use the check indicator method. And then in this example, check Google Safe Browsing to see if the URL is on their reputation list. And in this case, it was a social engineering threat affecting any platform. Now, if we pivot over to the specific services that we use in the RHISAC, this has been in place now for almost 4 years. And we've had great success using these, combination of all of these. So different indicator types will get run through different services. Ultimately checking things like, is the email address domain spoofable? What's the reputation on the email? How about the domain risk score? Is it on any blacklists? How new is the domain? Was it registered within the last 30 days? Does Google have any information on it? Does it have a high abuse confidence score? Some of the ones that have asterisks in here, like the Gray Noise Riot, for example, I think they recently changed this name, but this is one way that we can identify potential false positives or those like high regret indicators. So Gray Noise has this service that you can give it an IP address, and it'll let you know if it's cloud infrastructure and if it's owned and controlled by the cloud provider. If so, that would be trust level 1. So in my previous example, we have a 0365 IP address that's Outlook infrastructure. This IP would be a trust level 1. Anything trust level 1, you're not going to want to action. Any automated action against it is probably going to cause trouble. So that's one way we can identify potential false positives with our IPs. Legitimate services abused. This is just something like SendGrid, GMX, Amazon SES, services that are legitimate but often abused by threat actors. And then shout out to the Circle team for their hash lookup. This is key in checking our file hashes that are shared for potential false positives. Hash lookup provides like a software registry where you can look up and look for different benign files included in operating systems like Windows and different Linux distros. So the next step in this would be defining your enrichment taxonomy. You can use the MISP taxonomies. These are standardized classification systems that help us to classify, tag, and ultimately organize our threat intelligence. And they're in machine-readable format. And what that means is it's going to consist of a namespace, a predicate, and a value. And this can allow you to get granular with your automated decisions based on which taxonomies you use. We use the Peyote taxonomy, and I developed this to kind of translate those enrichment lookups that are being done into something that's machine readable. Now, ultimately, our enrichment is trying to do that tier 1 analyst lookups, right? Something that like the SOC analyst gets an alert, they're going to go to abuse IPDB, look for abuse confidence score. In this case, it's got a high confidence score, so we can represent that with the Peyote abuse IPDB high taxonomy tag. Additionally, this IP was found on Barracuda Central reputation blacklist, so we'll use this Peyote tag. It was also found to be a social engineering threat by Google Safe Browsing, so we can represent that with this tag. And when we run the file hash, we can see that there is a known distributor flag within VirusTotal, and we can apply that tag. So ultimately, like, my members are the consumers of the intel in the community. They should not have to infer intent. A list of IPs or domains it's just information. It's not intelligence. But when you're providing this extra context to the end user, now they have a little bit of an idea of like, well, why are you saying this IP is bad? Or, well, here's all the reasons right here in these tags. Consistent vetting will lead to, ultimate trust in what's being shared, reduces your manual review that's required, and preserves that valuable context for your analysts. How the RHISAC runs a community MISP instance. So everything on the left-hand side is going to be all the different sources in which our intelligence can originate from. My team collects all of that. We don't put restrictions or requirements on how members have to share. Some members can access Slack, others can't access it. Some like to use MISP, some don't. But whatever works, we don't want to put barriers to sharing. So my team will go out and collect everything regardless of where it's being shared, pull it into MISP where we can normalize it for enrichment and vetting, and then ultimately disseminate it out either directly through MISP, through the API, or through a MISP synchronization. So what does the known bad IOC identification process look like? So a malicious domain gets submitted. We have a couple enrichment hits. Here we see that this is a new domain registered within the last month or so. So in this case, we can apply a VirusTotal new domain. And I'm just using VirusTotal here because they provide the whois data in a query that I'm already doing to kind of help me preserve on some of my API quotas. Because I try to just leverage open source or freemium services. There's only one, I think, that we have to really pay for, and that's Cisco Umbrella. But again, we also see that this domain has a medium risk score, so we can apply the Umbrella Investigate Medium tag. And instead of managing 100 different tags for integer values, I've kind of split that into a low, medium, high, and high. Being on a 25, 0 to 25, 26 to 50, 51 to 75, 76 to 100 scale. So now instead of managing 100 different tags, we just have 4 different tags for this service. And found that way, we can kind of group them based on, how severe or how high the risk could be. Additionally, this was on a phishing reputation block list, so we can represent this domain with the spam house phish tag, and then ultimately mark this indicator as being vetted. We can handle false positives, because a lot of common pitfalls that we see, as I mentioned, benign file hashes, cmd.exe PowerShell, built-in Windows tools. So we can represent this still using the same methodology. So we look up PowerShell here, and hash lookup says it's got a medium trust. VirusTotal also says, hey, this is from a known software distributor, so we're applying those tags. Legitimate cloud infrastructure is another one I kind of alluded to earlier. Outlook, Gmail. And this is the Gray Noise Riot, so you can look up the IP. It says, here's the trust level 1. You can probably reasonably ignore this IP because it's controlled by the cloud provider. Trust level 2 would be, this is a cloud IP address, but it's leased out to someone for VPS or et cetera. So those trust level 1s are going to be something that you probably will never want to action. And then those often abused legitimate services, Amazon SCS and SendGrid. We can also represent those via tagging through the abuse legit predicate. Some hash enrichment examples. So first, you're going to want to define your logic. So start with which services are you going to want to query. You can look at all the different indicator types you have, but start with one and work your way through. So here, we're going to enrich all of our hashes using circle hash lookup and VirusTotal, and we're going to store the results into a dictionary and return that dictionary. Then we're going to define our tagging logic. I mentioned also previously the different integer values. So if it's below 25, return low trust. 26 to 49, medium trust, etc. Then you're going to run the enrichment. So define your enrichment method, and then for each attribute that you want to enrich, you get the hash lookup trust score from your enrichment results. If your trust score exists, get the trust tier tag for that, and then apply the tag to the attribute. Additionally, get the VirusTotal known distributor status from your results, and if the indicator is a known distributor, then apply your known distributor tag. Then when it comes to the methodology from the vetting side, our domain in this example, we'll check, does it have a risk score greater than 50? If not, then we see, is it on any reputation blacklists? If not, does Google Safe Browsing know anything about this? If not, was this domain registered less than 30 days ago? And that 30 days is just, it can be an arbitrary number. You can it's flexible to what fits for your needs, but we found that, there's probably no legitimate business domains being stood up that are less than 30 days old. So if none of those are true along the way, then we don't mark that indicator as vetted. Tags will get applied during the enrichment, but if we don't determine it to be vetted, we don't do anything to it. But if any one of those are true along the way, then we can say this is a vetted indicator or this is going to be a low regret indicator, and we can ultimately tag that up in MISP for our members to then consume. So what does that look like from the MISP side? Well, if we have our list of domains rather than now just a list of domains, we have all the context from the enrichment lookups. We can see like every single one of these domains is on Spamhouse's phishing reputation blacklist. Almost every single one is registered within the last 30 days. All of them except for one have a medium-high domain risk score. And then when we find one to be vetted, we apply our RHISAC vetted tag. And then we have members that will integrate their different tools with our MISP to then pull down these indicators to action within their environments. Next, I want to give you some strategies for tuning your requirements. So first, you're going to want to set your minimum enrichment sources required. I would suggest having at least 2 different enrichment sources for each indicator type. You don't want to have like a single source and then be reliant on that, and then your API key expire, or you eat up your quota, and now you're just missing out on enriching and vetting a whole indicator type. So don't rely on that single source. Define your thresholds for confidence or reputation. So what happens, say, if you have like a low domain risk score, but it's showing up on like a spam blacklist? Would you want to block that or not? Or what if you have like an IP address that has a high abuse confidence score, but it's Gmail infrastructure? Like, those are things that you probably won't want to block on. So determine your levels for confidence and define your logic. And then maintain any allow lists for specific IOCs or patterns, like those benign files or legitimate cloud infrastructure or the commonly abused legitimate services. 2 areas that I would suggest that could be used to kind of leverage to do those additional tunings would be the LOLBOS project, where if you have file hashes with file names being shared, and if you have a match to something on the LOLBOS project, like that itself might not indicate maliciousness. Maybe you don't want to action those because those are all like legitimate tools, but having that context would be valuable to an analyst when they get an alert and then they look up in the threat intel platform and then they see this. Similarly, the Living Off Trusted Sites project, there's a missed warning list for that one, but again, you may not want to block any of those domains specifically, but having that context of, hey, this was the URL we saw, it's using a Living Off Trusted Sites URL. Again, context is king. So tags should add context, not just disposition. Indicators without context is just information. It's not intelligence. You should never suppress and always tag. I try to never delete any intel that's shared. I'll bring in everything that somebody wants to share, but then go through and enrich and vet out the benign stuff so that only actionable stuff would remain or be available to be filtered on. And when in doubt, don't vet it. Yeah, it's nice to have indicators that you can block, but ultimately it's like one indicator. If you're unsure, like it's not going to be the end of the world. Err on the side of caution. For us, we have over 350 different member companies. They all have their own intel use cases, and so I'm just trying to find out, is this a known threat? Is this already known bad? If it is, then you can probably say it's safe to block, while also making sure it's not something that's known good or a potential false positive. And then you can loosen your requirements over time, right? So maybe you say, like, we are only going to, or we only want to action domains with a high risk score, or IPs with a high abuse confidence score. Start with that and see how you get results. Maybe you want to ingest them into one of your tools into like audit mode instead of like blocking mode to begin with, just to see. You can always loosen those things up. And tuning is not a one-time configuration. Like I said, this is something that we've been doing for almost 4 years. It's a living process. Take feedback from the membership. What works, what doesn't work. Hey, are you having, every time I ingest these certain indicator types, I'm having a lot of noise in my tools. So it's a lot of feedback and tuning as you go. So a case study in this was, we had a lot of legitimate services that were used, had dual use risk. These are the Amazon SCS, SunGrid, GMX. The decision is, do we want to block or not to block? We had some members that use these services legitimately within their organization. So, if an IP address from these was ending up on, as a vetted indicator and they're actioning that, they could be blocking their own internal stuff. So, the enrichment challenge is, is this really a friend or foe? And then looking at the data from 2025, we only had about 200 of these abused legitimate IPs shared throughout the whole year. So the volume of it's really low. It's not going to cause impact to other people. So we opted to tag the indicators themselves instead of marking them vetted by using these different abused legit predicates and the values being what service that we identified it. So key outcomes for the RHISAC, number one being an actionable indicator feed that members can ingest with confidence, knowing that, hey, we're going to pull these in, can block them, it's not going to cause an impact. Hopefully that reduces analyst triage time, right? We can shift, the membership from more of a proactive, or from a reactive defense to a proactive. A lot of these phishing campaigns we see kind of move across, organization or across industry. So, if the first member from the first wave can see it and share the indicators, and we can get these ingested, vetted, another member can action them. I've seen it multiple times where someone shares something and another member's like, hey, thanks for the share. We also saw this, but our email gateway blocked all these because we ingested the indicators you shared last week. That's awesome to see that happen in real time. And that's going to increase the trust in the intelligence that's being shared. We see that because we have over 139 members that have integrated with our community MISP to pull these vetted indicators into their environments. We have now 9 members that have automated their sharing. So whether they have scripts that pull their tools or push from their SOAR platform or everything kind of in between, maybe push from their own MISP through a sync. But these are, sharing that's just happening now, automated in the background, kind of increasing that timeliness of the intel being shared. And hopefully we can set a scalable model for other ISACs or sharing communities to follow. So some quality lessons. Quality for your enrichment services is always going to be better than quantity. Look at which one's out there, which services are your analysts already using to go and look up to make a determination if something's malicious or suspicious. Review your automation logic. Most importantly, it would be transparency in the process. I have my full enrichment and vetting process that's fully documented for the membership. So that they can see exactly how do I determine what's considered vetted and what services am I using, and I want them to look at it and try to find holes in it or say, hey, why do you do this instead of that? Because that's how we're going to get better and continue to improve this over time. And context is king, but don't add unnecessary noise when it's not there, because too much is just going to create noise. But add those tags. If it's a false positive, add the false positive tag. If it's something that is known malicious, add that tag. And then we're going to provide a historical indicator of compromise data lake. Our enrichment is a point-in-time analysis. We're not going back and re-updating it. It's just as it's being shared, pulled into MISP, we enrich it, make it available. So now members can look up something and kind of see if this has been shared over time, it can see the enrichment results from each time that was shared. My recommendations are start small, choose a taxonomy or create your own. There's lots out there. Automate the enrichment process. You have analysts that are using the tools, are ready to go and look. A lot of these things, have APIs and can be automated. Just write down what are the things they're looking for when they make their determination, and then how can we programmatically determine that. It's not as hard as you might think. And identifying known threats doesn't need commercial tools. Like I said, I think there's only one tool that we actually pay for. Everything else is either open source or freemium service level. And then additionally, we do use a Redis cache database in between our lookups. So when we do look up an indicator, whatever results it has, we'll store that for, I think, like 72 hours. And then if within 72 hours it gets shared again, we'll look up in the cache, and that kind of saves us on some of the API lookups over time. And with that, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them if I have time. Otherwise, I will be here the rest of today and tomorrow.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? Yes?
Thank you for your presentation. I've got two questions. One is, what percentage of the indicators do get vetted automatically? And for all the non-vetted indicators, do you even have a process about doing some manual checks, or is it just too many, and do you just leave them as they are?
Yeah. So I'll start with the second part. So the enrichment itself is fully automated, but there is like a human in the loop part to this. So my team wants to ensure that the automation doesn't break. So all of this will happen as part of our process. Published events within MISP trigger the enrichment. Once it gets enriched, it's unpublished, and then my team will review and then publish once we kind of give it the okay. And I'm going to pull up, have a slide with that. So this is over each quarter over 2025. So at about 9,000 indicators per quarter, we averaged around 45, 48% vetted indicator rate. And those are just doing those lookups that your tier one analysts are going to do anyway. And so automate that up. That'll free them time to then engage, in the sharing communities in more meaningful ways, so they're not just copying, pasting indicators, but actually having valuable collaboration.
Any more question? Here.
Thank you. Hi, thank you for the presentation. Very insightful. It's a very easy question. What's the process to join ISAC community, not especially retail and sorry, not especially retail and hospitality industry, but what's the process to join this community so that we can have an ingestion feed on our TIP?
Yeah. So if you're a consumer-facing organization, you qualify for membership in the RH ISAC. But if not, I don't know how the other ISACs work, but most on their website have like a membership or a join, or you can fill out a form and ask questions. I would say just look for what industries your organization operates in, look to see if you're in an ISAC for one or which ones you'd qualify for, and then reach out. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the presentation. Then now it's time for lunch. One small adjustment to the program. The CTI SIG meeting, which was planned over lunchtime, will not take place, has been cancelled. And so we will meet back here at 13:30, 13:30 for the next talks. Enjoy your lunch.
kurz, wahrscheinlich müssen wir ein bisschen später anfangen, weil die sind noch alle in den Essen
Ah, okay.
und so weiter.
Ja,
Aber
alles klar.
Klingelt kurz.
Ja.
Geklingelt. Jetzt kommen die hoffentlich alle mal rein.
Ja.
Vielleicht müssen wir 2-3 Minuten noch warten.
Ja, ja.
Bis sie auch alle fragmentiert sind.
Wie heißt das? Hackerurlaub? Genau. Ja. Das ist eigentlich ganz cool. Wir machen diese Workshops und Präsentationen und irgendwie so als ein bisschen Vocation, also zusammen auf einem Haufen, ein bisschen Networking und so, also Socializing und so. Und ganz cool, dass das auch immer noch klappt. So, ne? Also das machen wir, glaube ich, seit wir gegründet worden sind. Ja, ich weiß nicht, 50 oder 60 Leute oder so. Ja, das ist auch gewechselt. Ne? War das Teil dieses ganzen passiert. Ja, ja, verstehe. Und die Firma, wo du jetzt bist, die macht Maschinenbau, glaube ich. Genau. Ja. Wollen wir 1, 2 Minuten? Ja, ja.
Ja, Abfindung wäre schön. Abfindung wäre schön gewesen.
Ja, das glaube ich.
Aber ich habe es auch nicht eingefordert. Also das war für mich, also ich weiß, dass mein Chef hat auch danach gesagt, das wird es bei uns im Bereich nicht geben.
Ja. Ich starte dann so um 32 oder so, denke ich. Ne?
All right, everybody. I hope you had a great, you have enjoyed your lunch break. So we are kicking off the third round of the talks today. Maybe before we start, just a short heads up. So there are still some spots for the lightning talks open. So in case you have a topic that you want to share with us, now or like in the break is the opportunity to put your name on the list so that you can give a short introduction to any topic that you like. Other than that, we start with the talks for the next slot. So the speed of operationalized TI is something that we have discussed a couple of times during the day until now. One form of operationalization is the successful detection of threat actors in the environment that we are here to protect. Please give a warm welcome to Amin and Remy of the European Commission CSOC, who will share how they bridged the gap between unstructured TI and actionable detections. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are deeply honored to present for first time at First CTI. I am Remy. I lead Threat Detection Engineering at European Commission Cybersecurity Operations Center.
And I'm Amin Besson, working with Remy in the detection engineering team and helping to maintain what we'll present today.
C'est ça? Today we are going to present on OpenTide, an open source framework built from years of experience in RSOC and created to turn raw threat intel into detection that can run, scale, and be deployed on different platforms. I will explain the problem of the widening gap between threat intel and detection engineering. Then we will introduce OpenTide. After that, Amin will show AgentTide, and we will close with what comes next. The problem is simple to state, difficult to solve. Threat intelligence production is accelerating much faster than detection engineering can consume it. This is something you may feel every day also. This becomes an operational gap because we know more about the attacks and we don't know how to detect. The acceleration has 4 dimensions. First, the volume. There is a continuous stream of inputs. And this is nowadays augmented with all the AI findings. The input never stops. Second, the speed. The time between disclosure and exploitation has compressed dramatically from time window that used to be weeks, nowadays can be hours. The complexity of the attacks is also increasing. They are spanning across several stages and even within one stage, several iteration actions, putting the detection teams under time pressure to react. And the team capacity for detection engineering is a scarce resource. Teams capable of taking raw threat intel, able to analyze, understand the behavior of the attacks, turn that into detection objectives, and writing quality detection rules, triggering high confidence alerts, validating them, tuning them, deploying safely on the platforms is limited in number. What is the detection engineering bottleneck we see. On the left, we have that continuous stream of threat intel inputs. On the right, we have the deployment targets, SIEM, EDR. They come with their own language, models, operational constraints. And in the middle, this is what we call the bottleneck, the manual CTI analysis. This is where detection engineers, helped by threat analysts, if possible, have to read the reports, understand the operation, the action to conduct the attacks, develop, extract the TTPs, and define what and how to detect. And this takes hours, even for simple TTP. So the gap isn't about knowledge, it's really about operationalization at scale of detection engineering. Attack alone is not enough. So to be very clear, attack is immensely valuable. We use it, the whole community uses it. It gives us a language to classify and to describe the attacks, and most importantly, to share on them. But for detection engineering, this is not enough. Why? Because attack detection coverage cannot answer all the operational questions we have. Relying on techniques doesn't bring enough granularity, enough specificity. Techniques do not tell you about actions taken by the attackers under the same technique to end up with, for instance, remote code execution. A technique is not the same thing as a behavior, what we also call procedures in the TTP acronym. Detection engineers, they need to detect specific actions with the context, not just a category. So we need more granularity. The techniques that don't bring enough context as well. They tell nothing about severity, attack surface, relevance, or the terrain. So we need to have more risk information in order to prioritize correctly how we are going to cover the threats. And the chaining part is also missing. Attack flow is a very interesting improvement. It allows to have the attack path mapped to the techniques. But again, it's too high level to drive the detection engineering. So we need chaining to express complex attack and to understand the sequence of behaviors. And on top, we need models that we can annotate, that we can refine to our context. So OpenTide is our answer to those problems. The idea is very simple. We take raw threat intel, we understand and document the behaviors, we define the detection objectives, and we link all of them to detection rules, again within the model, that we can deploy on different detection platforms. There are a few principles in the design of the OpenTide. It is schema-driven. So we have large JSON schemas that ensure validation, structure, and consistency on the models we develop within the OpenTide. It's Git native, meaning that branching, pull request, peer review, change tracking, collaboration becomes natural part of the detection lifecycle. And it's multi-platform and multi-tenancy. So OpenTide is not linked to a specific tool, detection tool. It can support multiple platforms, and it can support also multiple instances of the same solution. So you can deploy via the pipeline several detection sets, depending on the context. And now I pass the floor to Amin, who is going to drill down on OpenTide.
Great, thank you. So OpenTide is an overarching project. We have several things underneath. If you Google OpenTide, OpenTide HQ, you will find our GitHub repo. Basically, CoreTide is the current backend. This is where if you'd like to open pull requests for features or discover a bit more of how it works under the hood, this is CoreTide. Initide is where you start. And we have new projects this year like ShareTide, where we share TLP clear objects that we produce at the commission, and we plan on sharing a lot more. And upcoming research and development projects such as SyntaxTide, which will be one of the first language server protocol servers for core languages, and AgentTide, which actually is in scope today. We'll present it. We use now 3 objects to map the entire lifecycle, from intelligence to detection rule deployment: threat vector, detection objective, and detection rule. The threat vector is an atomic container of any threat context that we want. We recommend to be atomic. We try to be atomic. And we recommend chaining threat vectors from one to the other in order to create the attack path that we just discussed. But the money shot is really the detection objective. This is where, as detection engineers, we crystallize, all right, this is a bundle of threats. What do we want to detect? And underneath that objective, what are signals? We'll get back to what signals are and why they're useful, but right now just think of them as atomic detection ideas. We also go further than most Intel to detection rule management platforms, as in we now are able to store the data inventory of a given detection engineering team, so all the log sources, stuff like this. We create a whole framework around it, so we want to highlight whether data is available or not. And we support the future of detection engineering, which is composability, the ability to create detection rules that correlate different alerts. So risk-based analytics, second-tier detection rule, hyper queries, there's different names for those. We support that. And the last object is the clearest. It's also the one which can be very, very valuable, is detection as code. We created a system where we can just plug in any platform, create a deployer, create a schema for it, and we're able to deploy to. So right now we support quite a few: Sentinel, Defender, Splunk, CrowdStrike, RFang Lab, and we can keep expanding. So we are independent of any particular vendor and their implementation of detection as code. So that creates a final graph that looks like this currently. That's the current level of research that we have, where from a given threat vector, we're able to say, well, that threat vector maps on that surface. What is a surface? It's a huge vocabulary of everything. So things of common platform enumeration, but actually useful, where it's not just applications, it's actually things like VPN. So VPN is a level in our surface, and OpenVPN is another level. So we can really be granular or generic with the threat surface vocabulary. This is a new release for this year. Threat surface would also relate to an asset that you can store in a config file. The config file will also say, maybe you have a log source about that asset. And now we're able to do the whole detection coverage answer. We're able to say, for this given threat vector, you have a detection objective, you have signals. You did not implement a rule yet, however, and you do not have the data for it. So we're able to answer those questions because we built this foundational data graph from threat to detection rule. So in practice, it looks like this. You receive some intel, you produce a set of threat vector models. Maybe you already have them, right? Then you just update them or you do nothing. But if you don't, you create them. You then create detection objectives, and then you create detection rules. So that's a 3-tier mapping. Why not mapping detection rules to threats? This is often something we hear. The answer being that you've heard it, threats move too quick. So you want a layer where you're able to crystallize. All right, for these 200 procedures, which are all about lol beans, actually we have only a couple objectives around lol beans. But we have 5 or 6 ways to detect them. So these become 5 or 6 signals. And then the whole CI/CD and ICTs with DevOps and detection as code. You just deploy from your pipeline. You can implement guardrails, validations, and maybe additional business process That is not necessarily a framework, but that's the nice thing with CI/CD. This is a simplified example of a threat vector. We'll also show you right after that what's the detection objective. But it's really just a container that then adds very interesting things like the surface vocabulary, like the chaining from one threat to the other, additional metadata, and then a description. So then that becomes a very powerful container, and it can be much lower level than MITRE ATT&CK. This maps on MITRE ATT&CK, as you see, but it is not at the level. It can be much lower. And you can also go quicker than MITRE ATT&CK. MITRE ATT&CK is updated every 6 months, maybe a bit sooner, depends. You will know from Intel novel TTPs much before that. So if you want to map within a week from a novel TTP to detection coverage, well, you can do that because you're not dependent on a framework that generalizes procedures into TTPs. On the other hand, detection objective is really a detection engineer model where you create what you want to do, the capability you try to reach, and then signals. And signals are the independent detection ideas. Now, I will get back when we talk about tangent-tied, but what's the point of defining a signal and then to implement it as rules? Well, there's two values here. The first one is that you can answer a question, do you have the data or not? We have this whole data requirements framework. And the second thing, spec-driven development, which will be very useful in the near future. So objective defines signals. Signals can also map on detectors. What is a detector? It's your EDR built-in black box. You don't know what, but you know it detects, right? So you may say, my EDR detects PowerShell encoding. Good, you can document that. In the end, that produces a final coverage where you're able to very, very carefully say, this is what I have. I have some objective, they contain some signals, and some of the signals are covered by rules. So you have a lot of context. The threat surface vocabulary is very, very useful because now that's all contextualized on your actual infrastructure. You can also map this on your key assets, maybe just the crown jewels you want to document, great, and do that. And then you have this complete overview of the coverage. Detection scope pipeline is pretty clear. If you never worked with it, it's a Git repo. Git repo has files. You edit the file. You create something called a branch, which is a version of a repo, so you can work independently from your colleagues. Once you commit and you push to the repo, you open a pull request or a merge request, and that triggers a pipeline which validates. If it can deploy in staging, it deploys. If not, then it just waits until the merge. The merge means your change is accepted, and then you deploy to production. So we just have a lot of quality of life around it because it's a mature system. And now I have a few minutes to talk to you about agent-tied, which is very, very in trend. So the first thing was when we made open-tied, AI was not really a thing. It was GPT-1 or 2, I think. And to be honest, I did not even heard about it. So it was not a thing. But the fact that we banked on detection as code and DevOps and CI/CD meant that when coding agents landed, suddenly we had access to everything. We don't have to wait for a particular vendor to do AI because it's just code. So if we want to generate, then the question is how smart can we be at generating? It just is in the same process. And so the hypothesis was, can we use the primitives of CI/CD, DevOps, coding agents to actually turn intelligence reports into structured objects without the human toll of doing that? So not 2 hours to do it, but maybe something like 15 minutes. And TLDR, yes, you can. And it actually scores really well when you do manual reviews. So now the architecture on top of OpenTide looks like this, where you have something like a coding agent, think of Copilot, Cloud Code, whatever, or maybe something custom harness that you may want to develop, that's going to turn the very loose world of intelligence and reports and PDF files into structured objects, and then detection engineering object with the detection objective model and the detection rule. We already open source an agents.md file, so this is just the system prompt, basically. That's available if you go on our initide or core-tide repos, and it just explains to the agent how to operate within the constraints of a framework. Because, of course, it doesn't have this in its training data. So you have to document how to do it. So that's operational system between you and the agents. So that's already open sourced. And only with this, which is very short, it's maybe 70 lines of Markdown, we are already able to generate, and this is public on our ShareTide repo. We kept the PR open for demo purposes. We are already able to generate objects, which are, again, very, very nice and actually do as good or better compared to humans. Better only because people get tired. You can only model so much in a given day. So overall, it seems consistent, and we think we can even push it better. We also discovered emerging behaviors because of the way the project is made with schemas and stuff like this, where the agent starts to correct itself and starts to steer in the direction we want it to. So now the pipeline of intel to detection looks a bit more something like this, where what really matters is the inputs and some kind of quality guidance on the outputs. And now we are able to generate the full stuff. So this was, again, an emerging behavior because I only wanted it to generate thread vectors, and it actually did the end-to-end, which was very interesting. And it did it correctly. So if you haven't worked with coding agents and coding harnesses, for you it may be a bit weird because you know it maybe as a chatbot, but this is not where most people are or in terms of state of the art. They work with autonomous coding agents, which are meant to work for several hours. Some people work with them. I work with them for sometimes 4-hour loops. And they actually have dozens of tools. They operate on your computer, in your terminal. They have access to the internet. It comes with risk. It comes with a lot of reward. It's able to really operate autonomously. The other interesting thing that we discovered was that now the shape of the intel does not really matter because the output that we provide is a structured output. The input actually just has to be very complete. But it can be a PDF, it can be a blog post, it can be something even more loose because it has access to the internet. So why not giving it an article and let it crawl the links of the article? Maybe it will find more, maybe it will find links to the articles. These are, again, emerging behaviors we can tap into. It's not a cybersecurity feature, we did not invent it, but we can tap into that. And now the ad hoc context, the thing which is very hard to do, which is the organizational knowledge, maybe that's something we can define as a Markdown file, and it becomes part of the thing. And I'll close pretty soon. But why it works is because we actually did not design OpenTide for agents, we designed it for people. So the schema was quality of life. It was to help people creating good files. The top-down workflow is because mentally that's the best way to think of threat intel to detection rules. We call it tight flow, so it's all the way from intel to the bottom, which is rule. So it starts from intel, it flows to rules, and we don't do the other way around, which is we have a good idea for a rule and we try to justify it. We look at intel, if it's justified, we create the rule. Git is a lifesaver. If anything goes wrong, we can roll back, and agents work very well within it. And then we have our guardrails, our auditing, the traceability. This is just free when you use Git and version control systems. So very briefly, in 1 minute I will do it. We will open source pretty soon a skills framework. So I don't have time to talk about it, but the skills we created for KQL, so Custom Query Language, right, Sentinel and MDE, are extremely powerful. They actually is a process I call distillation. So it was looking at 6,000 open source queries and defining patterns in anti-patterns. So now every KQL is actually valid and very high quality. And there's dozens of other skills. So instead of a huge agents.md, we'll have skills. And that's something, if anybody is interested into detection engineering in general, those skills, a lot of them will be very useful. And I think we're at the end of our talk. I don't know if we can take maybe one question, maybe not. If not, we'll be here today and tomorrow. But our repo is github.com/OpenTideHQ. You will find everything there. Our links to our Medium blog, etc., etc. ShareTide is where you can check our content. We plan on open sourcing a lot more, but we already open sourced, I think, 200 threat vectors. I was a bit too eager with a try agent-tide, but give it a few weeks, and you'll be able to see our skills. It's all under EU Public License 1.2, so free forever, and it's actually more than 2 years in prod. So thank you, everyone. That's it for us.
Thank you. All right, thank you.
Yes, do we have questions?
Thank you for the great talk. I would be interested in the natural language processing extraction accuracy. So in cyber threat intelligence, we still have huge problems in extracting two TTPs from the same sentence, for example. Do you do, what do you do to ensure that there is accuracy from the NLP extraction of the CTI reports?
Yeah, I think this is an old concern. So I'm well aware of a different project to do TTP extraction, right, TRAM, etc. from ITER. I think this becomes obsolete once you look at state-of-the-art models. The type of report I've tested are not two TTPs in one sentence, it's more 6,000 lines of unstructured text. And what matters is a sequence, okay, now it gets technical, but how I do it is sequence of subagents. So it's not one agent looking at intelligence, it's actually 3 in parallel and 1 to review the 3. And once you start to get into subagent routines and stuff like this, the accuracy goes way up. So even the simple loops we did on OpenTide was actually several agents verifying each other's. And don't use anything before Opus 4.5 if you want to have good results. That's the other secret.
Okay, any other questions? That seems not the case, so thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you.
And they would reproduce the intelligence discovery of cybercrime activities and offer actionable guidance to CTI teams that have interest to seek goal-driven, scalable intelligence collection. Please welcome Luca and Roy to share about hunting cyber threat intelligence on Telegram.
Thank you very much. Lovely, good afternoon, everybody. Luca here, Roy there. We are, of course, have the burden of closing the session today, so we'll keep it light and painless, I think. But we wanted to share with you some of our experiences and latest research around threat hunting, particularly on Telegram in this instance. And before we go there, I also want to tell you a little bit about our research group, because what I don't want is for you to imagine us as a sort of the lab rats that are close and doing our simulations and doing our assumptions and publishing our papers, which frankly we do a little bit, yeah, but we're also very much out there. We tend to be very operational. So we do lots of research around threat intelligence. We care a lot about producing CTI that makes sense, that is usable, that is actionable, that can be ingested in SOCs, that tell you what criminals are actually up to and what is relevant to your environment. And we couple that with incident detection research. So of course we look a lot into automation, but we don't look at statistics and things like that. We don't want an alert to be marked as critical just because some weird feature correlates and I don't know, the sun was particularly shining that day, and so it must be a critical alert. But actually we want the automation to make sense, to be informative, to tell the analyst why that alert is critical, why it matters, why the evidence that leads to that alert is compelling to justify an investigation. So we do use AI, when we do instrument AI and automated methods to do that, but always with sort of the human in the loop sort of paradigm, right? And that we couple with security operations. So we actually run a SOC of our own, which is a thing that typically in research environments you don't really see. It's a commercial SOC that we run at the department. It's an independent entity per se. So we serve customers in the region, particularly around Eindhoven and the Netherlands, but also elsewhere. And it's called the ESH SOC, Eindhoven Security Hub SOC. And of course we use it as an operational environment. It teaches us about what are the obstacles in practice, but it also provides a platform for us to deploy our technology, our new procedures, test them out. It's a living lab where we can actually test technology and operations scientifically, which of course then we get the papers and PhD students graduate, and we're all very happy. And the other initiative is CTI Lab, which is a new thing that we're opening. It's very much around threat intelligence. It's going to be in Den Bosch in Yats at the Hieronymus Academy of Data Science. And it's a very society-forward lab. The idea is that we produce a lot of CTI with our underground studies and threat actor characterization and so on. And we don't want that to just be a paper artifact that, again, generates citations and the things that my dean likes, yeah, but also provides value to society and can be ingested and used for threat landscaping or to instrument rules and so on. So just a bit of an overview of our group, to tell you a little bit where we're coming from and what is sort of the take that we have on these things. So just a broad view, if we speak only of the CTI part, we see it, we work at two levels, let's say. The more higher up level, where we collect data and study cybercriminal ecosystems and threat actors, and try to identify the groups that matter, how do they select their targets, how do they communicate about it. So, but fairly high level information. It also tells us a lot about their modus operandi, for example, and how this is, let's say, copy-pasted or varies across different types of attacks. And at the lower layer is where we have the more operational data. That is, of course, our SOC comes in place there. The SOC telemetry there matter. That's where your logs, your TTPs, and so on, they are. So what we think, in general, research-wise, as a paradigm, is that what we want is that we want to make these two things as close as possible. We see the high level as a bit of a scaffolding, essentially, to interpret the low-level data so that we can actually interpret it as the attacker comes to the network and seeing the mounting attack as it comes and making sense of it, again, so that we can act on it early enough. But today we only speak about the top part, and in particular we focus on the threat ecosystem that is emerging on Telegram, or has emerged on Telegram. This is not a crowd where I need to explain that, but I mean, of course, you all know that everything started off with, well, IRC channels back in the day, but then forums where criminals gather and do their information sharing and so on. But now that is shifting. It's shifting towards messaging apps and much more fragmented space, particularly on Telegram, but also other places. For example, Discord, if you're interested, as law enforcement sometimes is, for example, on pathways to crime, that's where Discord becomes very important. But in this study in particular, we focus on Telegram. And we pose the question of how do we monitor and derive usable knowledge, still makes sense, from a highly fragmented, and I'm sure you all know, very, very noisy environment like Telegram, because it's full of crap, yes? Lots of the stuff that is on there, it just makes no sense, right? But still there is some signal, and the challenge is to find it. So Roy is going to give you a bit more of the details of how the Telehand pipeline per se work. But first I wanted to give you a bit of an overview of the process. Essentially, we start off from seeds that are pointers to channels or groups that are of interest. These may be a selection of activist groups that you're after, or APT groups, or people who do home proxies, and so on and so forth. And from there, we start the discovery process. The idea is that we want to have as much breadth and depth as possible in understanding what are the close channels and groups that are, well, close by to the channels we're starting from. But then there are two main challenges. First of all, the Telegram ecosystem is vast, it's huge, right? So it's very easy to get lost. If you just follow pointers, eventually, first of all, also API calls are limited, right? So you can't just measure everything. But if you just follow any link, any point, any referral, any forward, anything, whatever you find in a Telegram channel, you just get lost very quickly. You start gathering data that doesn't matter to you. It's not relevant. And on the other side, it's also very easy to maybe stay in the relevant stuff, but starting getting information from groups and channels that have zero thread information for real in there. Maybe just people talking to each other, or non-credible actors sharing fake information about attacks that never happened and things like that. So these are two main challenges. Of course, for us, it's a research problem. I'm sure for you is also an operational issue. But that's what we try to address with our work, and particularly with Roy's work. We've done this also in the past. This was more for the forums, and I don't want to get into the details. The slide will not make too much sense, but we see this as a very socio-technical problem. After all, these market participants have the same problem that we have, right? If they want to buy capabilities or to acquire services or malware and so on in these channels, they need to understand whether that thing makes sense or not, whether that's a proper piece of malware or that's just some scrap code from GitHub with a different name on it, and off you go, right? So they have the same problem as ours, and that's a socio-technical problem. That's, I mean, if you go to an economist conference, that's going to start talking about moral hazard, adverse selection, this kind of stuff. But it's actually a useful framework because you can characterize these different underground places over these socio-technical dimensions and understand whether they offer the mechanisms for them to be credible in the criminal ecosystem or not. And we did this exercise a few times. This was an example, again, on forums. And it turns out that you actually can. We call that the wheat group and the chaff group, right? So the good forums and the bad forums. And actually, we had a few success stories. One of them was the Genesis market. I'm sure you all have heard of it. The Operation Cookie Monster led to hundreds of arrests worldwide. By doing that thing before, this thing, we were the very first, I think, that actually identified and said, well, this thing is coming up now. It was 2017, 2018 when we started saying that. And it looks credible, it looks innovative, it's gonna work, this thing is gonna come up, so it's gonna be a real threat. And all because we were able to more or less point it it by differentiating it and putting it into the wheat group instead of the chaff group. Now the challenge is how you do this, moving away from forums that are more structured, they're rule-based, and they're moderators and all this kind of stuff, to Telegram, and that's actually what Roy is working on right now. And that's what Telehunt and television, that's a little bit, let's say, the starting point for Telehunt and television. Telehunt is the tool that we have built to explore the Telegram ecosystem by trying to keep it focused during the collection time on data that is relevant to you and that remains credible in terms of the threat that it represents. And then, well, I'll have also a few words on television that is just our analysis tool set in a sense that it's very prototypey at the moment, but I start to like it very much because it shows that structure emerges when you start collecting things in the way that Roy is going to tell you in a second. That's, please.
Great. Thanks, Luca. So I will be talking about Telehunt. How do I change this? Green.
Yeah, you just click very vigorously.
Okay, great. So Telehunt is a tool for efficient cybercriminal community discovery on Telegram. And it starts with a user initial seed. And for example, you can have a seed of, let's say, 4 communities. And these 4 communities, they might have messages that lead to other communities. And the tool, how it works is that it starts by extracting the messages from the communities that you give it as an input. Then it classifies it as cybercriminal or non-cybercriminal of those communities that you gave it. And then it gives it a market segment. So it gives it either a market segment that it could be cyber attacks, it could be stolen data, it could be fraud tools. And afterwards, once it has that whole classification, it goes to extract the pointers. And what we mean by pointers, these are pointers to other communities. So how cybercriminals advertise on Telegram, how they advertise their communities, is that on the chats, they might have a message that has, if you're looking for this, come to my community here. It could be a handle, it could be a link. They could directly forward a message from their community into another community, so the users can just directly go into their community and keep going down that line. So when I talk about snowballing, I mean that the tool can visit the communities you give it, and then the communities that are in the communities that you give it, and it just continues going as many iterations as you want. So after you get that, yes, so this is the tool pipeline. You can concentrate here on the user input. As a user, you can choose what is the scraping starting date that you're interested in. You can choose whether to snowball on handles, links, forwards. The tool does have a capability to do this efficiently, and what I mean by efficient is that it can consider context, but I will explain more about the context in the next slide. But just to go through the pipeline, you give it the input, it scrapes the messages, it goes through community classification, and we have 2 classifiers. The classifiers we trained using data that we collected ourselves, and we also labeled them ourselves. So we collected data, some data that was non-cybercriminal. We used TGStat and other Telegram community aggregators to find these communities that were non-cybercriminal, and then we went into the dark web to find some communities that were cybercriminal, and we also used Telegram aggregators to find communities that were cybercriminal, but were in the open web, and those we were able to find in TGStat, for example, or Telemetrio. And that's the data that we use to train these classifiers to be able to tell whether a community is cybercriminal or non-cybercriminal. And then further, as we did some more research on what were the market segments available on Telegram, at least economically motivated cybercrime, that is the use case that I'm talking about here. But the tool is highly modular, so it can be used for other use cases as well. So if you're interested in hacktivism, or if you're interested in other cybercriminal actors that are not necessarily economically motivated, that's also something that the tool can support and this framework can support to lead to actionable intelligence. But yeah, that's how the pipeline works. First, the classifier for cybercriminal or non-cybercriminal, then it leads to the market segments. And if it's cybercriminal and you choose to keep snowballing, it just keeps detecting communities until you tell it to stop, or for as many iterations as you would like. Yes, and what is important about this is that the reason why we chose to design the tool, let's go back, to design the tool like this is because once you have a certain amount of communities and you keep snowballing through them, you need to know where to look or where to keep looking to not waste resources, because it's unreasonable to just look at every single handle, every single link that you find in these communities that you considered suspicious. So that's the reason why we created the context, which I will go and explain now. So to not have this problem that you have all those millions of handles and thousands of links that you have to review, we considered the context of the message where that link or forward came from, or the link or handle came from, or also forward. Here you have an example of how those messages look. So they have some community being advertised as a link over there, also down there. So the tool, what it does, it considers the context of the ad message, so where you find the pointer. It considers the previous messages by the actor that sent that message pointing to another community, and it also considers the replies to the message and reply to messages. So that's the context that it takes in, and it keeps discovery in the right track in that way. Yes. So we decided to, we tested the tool, obviously. We have done already multiple runs, but today I'm going to talk about one with 3 iterations that we did. We wanted to test how much the different configurations varied in terms of discovery. So how you can read that is the D is the seeds that we got from the dark web, and the O is the seeds that we got from the open web. And then if you see an L, that is a configuration that included links, and if there's no L, it didn't include links. And as you can see in the plot, the configurations that did not include links led to dead ends, and eventually it estimated discovery, while the ones that included links had the highest discovery rate, highest yield, and stable precision. So yeah, that's one of our first test run that we did. And we did find from our test run that dead ends and wasted API calls remain high, even though we wanted to explore more why that happened, why there were a lot of dead ends and wasted API calls. And we found out that that was mainly due to time. So even though links, for example, over there, the 2.24, that means that links have an exponential influence on how much communities you are able to find. And also the other handles have less of an impact, while links is like very big. And we found that the amount of time, so how fresh the link was, it really influenced how much intelligence we were able to collect. And the reason why that may be is because for Telegram, whenever you have a private community, for example, private communities can only be shared by sending a link, and the administrator is the only one that can create that link. And the admin is also able to decide for how long that link will be active. So if the administrator decides that that link will be active for 3 days or 7 days, and you are collecting pointers from the past month, then you will end up with a lot of dead ends and a lot of wasted API calls and a lot of wasted resources. So that is one of the reasons why the links fail to resolve, and why it is important to keep your pointer extraction timely. And yes, from the test run that we found, we also saw that, of course, most of the communities found were public. In the in the biggest bar, you can see those are the public communities. So the big bars, they represent the public communities, the ones that are more colorful. And the ones that are least colorful in the middle, those represent private communities that were found. And the ones that are the lightest, they represent the vetted communities. And in Telegram, they have those 3 types of communities. Public communities are the ones that you can join just by looking into the Telegram search. They also have handles that you can just put anywhere, and they also have the links that you can put anywhere. While private communities, they can only be advertised through links that have another, let's say, format. So for public communities, the links have the link of so the Telegram link and the name of the community, while the private communities, they have sort of like a random hash. So that's the difference. That's the way that you can differentiate them. And Telegram communities that are private, they do not have handles. So you can only access them through links. And the vetted communities are ones that only administrators can give you access to. So even though you find a link to a vetted community that is active, you can go to the community, but once you're in the community, the administrator has to approve you for you to be able to actually read the messages and to join the community and participate. So we did find some vetted communities in our run. And yeah, so that was some of the results that we had there. And we also found that there is very, very low rediscovery from all of the communities that we were able to find. There was very low rediscovery in general, which could indicate that, well, it shows that there's no strong evidence of saturation, at least for the use case that we had. And that the ecosystem is large, fragmented, and constantly expanding, meaning that us Telegram practitioners, CTI practitioners that are interested in going deeper into the Telegram ecosystem have a lot of work to do. Yes. And now Luca will continue with television.
Yeah, so thank you, Roy. And this television, as I mentioned, I mean, first of all, I think it's a cool name, but that's because I came up with it. So that's the first time that I come up with a name that makes sense. Anyways, but it's really more of an analytical tool set. I mean, it's that we use to investigate, and it's all ongoing research. And of course, I mean, we've got the big views with the maps, and where this is the Russians, there are the Germans, apparently the Dutch, there is quite a few, and so on. Of course, this is all, I mean, rather simple visuals and all, right? So this is not the bit, but what comes up is that once you start looking at the communities that you discover with the method that Roy just explained, by keeping the processing in line with the data collection so that you can steer it towards the communities that matter, structure actually emerges. And that, as a researcher, I was very surprised by that, right? I started off thinking, well, the Telegram ecosystem is all over the place. People say all sorts of crap all over over all channels. You don't know where you end up to. And without any cheating, so without actually taking communities and artificially bundling them together, say because they use the same words or because they point at each other and so on, but you just look at what are the referrals that they most commonly target, all of them, and you create the network based on that, then topics emerge naturally. All of a sudden, it looks like the communities that are, I don't know, referring in the Russian space about hacking or home proxies or whatever. Home proxies, we don't have them, but I would love to see them, just to make an example. Naturally emerge. So these form a natural cluster that indicates that those actors are actually talking to each other in the same ecosystem, and that's a relatively closed ecosystem. And then all of a sudden you find bridging nodes that bring you from the Russians talking about bulletproof hosting to the Iranians coming up for hacktivism after the Trump's actions in the Middle East, for example. And this gives you a rather rich, we think, and it's all ongoing research right now, right? So we don't have too much detail of use cases that I can bring up, but just preliminary results. But it really points in the direction that there is more of an emergent organization, that the actors themselves encode into that space, and our goal as researchers is just to extract it from there, yeah, and make it visible, but it looks like it's actually possible. And then you come up with things like this. You find these modules are just clusters of communities, and then all of a sudden you find all the Russians that speak about malware and the Iranian that speak about the war, or I don't know, the other political movements in the West and so on. And so these different communities that map out with these thematic similarities between them. And within them, you can actually find what are the communities that matter the most, what are the actors that speak about certain things and certain topics primarily. And there, if you want to then do your hunting and say, well, this actor then looks relevant, let's see what other criminal spaces they come up. And then you can traverse all this graph and see in which other communities they are involved, for example. We think that that's a very rich research space that could help with the characterization of the Telegram ecosystem. And again, the surprise to us is that this information actually looks like it's there. You just need to very carefully dig it out, but it emerges naturally. And that's always a good sign as researchers anyways. And then, of course, we don't, yes, I will do that. She was holding up the cartel that I'm out of time. So not the cartel, the sign. The thing, of course, is that just collecting mass of data, hundreds of billions of messages, whatever. I mean, it's impressive on a dashboard, but you can't do anything with it. You can't query them and so on. And so we're building an entire knowledge base based on that. We're building essentially knowledge graphs that are queryable, and we can actually extract that information and the relationship between these entities and what is the relationship between them. This is an example for a simple message about scam activities, but we have many more examples. Again, this is ongoing work, right? But the idea is not that we just want to do the data collection for the sake of it, but then, and there I bring you back to the idea of the CTI lab having this threat intelligence interface to society that people can use to understand what the threat landscape and so on is. You can actually query it, you can interact with, and you can navigate perhaps through the ecosystem that I showed in the previous slides. So yeah, well, I mean, we're working on these things, right? We run in Eindhoven, it's not very far from Munich, and of course, for us, it's all exciting research, but you're also the ops guys. If you have use cases or problems that you want to solve or something that I said, it looks like, look, you're making an assumption, you don't know you're making that. I would love to hear that. I'll be hanging around. Roy will be hanging around. Emanuele, my colleague, we run the group together, is over there. We hang around today and tomorrow, kids permitting. And with that, I wrap up just in time.
Thanks to Roy and Luca. So we still have time for 1 or 2 questions, if there's anyone.
Thank you so much. This is really good project. Congratulations, because it's very difficult to monitor Telegram, for sure. Even if you have a very good CTI tool, it's very difficult to make it work really as expected, as you expect. I have one question here, because you mentioned, maybe I missed this part, sorry, but you mentioned that you are collecting seeds from dark web and open web. But how is it? I mean, are you scrapping dark web, or are you, I don't know, how are you doing this?
Yes, so for the user input, which is what we use the different seeds and varied the seeds, we collected those seeds manually.
Okay.
So if there are some groups that you would be particularly interested in that you have seen or found on Telegram directly, or maybe found on the dark web or on other Telegram aggregators, those ones you can just collect them manually, and you can input it into the seed, and or you can input it into the tool, and the tool will give you all of the communities that those can be related to, or that have advertisements from those. And well, you also scrape those communities that you're interested in. So the initial seed is always collected manually by the user of the tool.
But I can also give you a free cookie on that. So one thing that we found is that again, I was very excited when we realized that, is that we now consider forums and Telegram sort of separate places, but in reality they point at each other. And if you know the forum places you're looking at the specific actors or groups, the Telegram pointers that you find in those discussions that send you over to Telegram are excellent seeds to start moving laterally, let's say, in the Telegram ecosystem, and they lead you to what we thought was very interesting insights on what's surrounding those groups, for example. So one lesson that we have learned is that we shouldn't consider the forum and Telegram and the other spaces as separate. They really are interlinked, and that's a link we should exploit as people in this domain. Yeah, I put myself.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Another question. Do you what would you say when you say you go into the Telegram welcome channel, and then your thing iterates through it, your tool? How many steps or rooms do you need to go through to get to something which you say okay, this is legit? Because I guess there's a lot of noise, unnecessary things, diversion.
But it starts the other way around. To be frank, if we do that, we're gonna get lost into nothingness and never get out of it. We just go into death null and stay there for eternity. No, you have to start from a place that matters to you.
Okay.
Right? If you do that, then you're able to stay on track to an extent. Right? We went through 4 or 5 iterations that made us discover about 6,000 or 7,000 communities, a few 100 million whatever messages and so on, and we were still more or less on track, let's say, right? So that kind of works, but you have to start from something that matters. But our definition of staying on track was very loose, right? Because we were interested in cybercrime in general with that run that I'm specifically referring to. It may be that you need much less iterations and you stop finding interesting stuff after 50 communities. But that's still stuff that you probably want to look at, and maybe you can start from there for the next bit. But you never do that. I wouldn't do the other way around. I wouldn't start from a general thing and then hopefully get into something interesting eventually, because the universe is not old enough, I suppose.
And do you see countermeasures and diversions? Where you say okay, there is links which say yeah, I go to this group, but actually there's just nonsense, and the groups which are actually
so deception on our.
Yeah. Do you see stuff like this?
Haven't looked, to be honest. Very interesting question. Next talk. No, very interesting pointer. Okay. Didn't think about it. Nice.
Yeah, I saw the question there, but I think we might be running out of time for the lightning talks. So please reach out to Roy and Luca, and they will be around. So with that, can we give them another round of applause? I think that we have 6 talks, so appreciate if those who have written outside your talk, please be in front to start presenting. Yes, please.
Okay.
Speak directly there. And if there's any
Lightning talks are 5 minutes, and we have around 6 talks. It's all TLP clear.
All right, everyone. Thank you for your attention. 5 minutes.
Yes.
Lightning talks. So I had a challenge. I'm from Norway. My name is Hans Petter. I had a challenge that we had such a great sharing community, and we had I had friends. They had a list. We have thousands of domains that are breached, and I'm working in an MSSP, so I have customers, and I'm thinking maybe some customers are in this list, right? And sorry, guys, I have a presentation, if you don't mind. They have a list. I have customers. They don't want to send me a list of all the thousands of breached guys. It's ethics. I don't want to send them a list of all my customers, legals. It's annoying. There is a way around this, you know. It's called private set intersection. It's proper cryptography that helps us with this, so that we can share without sharing too much. With this process, we only share the intersection of those lists. But I didn't really find a tool to help me with doing this in practice. I only found the theoreticals and I found the framework. So I made this tool myself. But this isn't too much about the tool, but I would appreciate help with it. This is just a proof of concept to show it's possible because it didn't exist. I think there are more examples like this where you have like your list. Maybe it's not customers, maybe it's fraud victims that you know about, and maybe some other company know about them, but you can't really share everything, you know? And I think we're so, as a CTI community, we're so ingrained in this sharing the attackers. But with this, I think we can share more about the victims and share more about what we know in a better way. And that's more of my point with this lightning talk, to bring that to your attention. So yeah, I'll keep it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Please start.
Hey everybody, my name is Sherman while I'm loading this up. So I'm from BlackRock, but I am currently, I have a work in progress that I want to share with everybody and really elicit for comments, feedbacks. So the whole project is to create procedures as a structured object. So we all know that right now procedures are written in proses in our reports, right? Or someone share a short tweet. It's difficult to track and analyze its scale. It's not structured. Everybody presents procedures in very different ways. So myself and my colleagues have set out to try to create a standardized, sort of universally shareable procedure through STIX 2.1 extended schema. Now I know everybody here have their own thoughts and feelings about STIX in general, but overall we were trying to look for the best format that is universally at least acceptable or translatable. So in this case, with the STIX procedure as an extended object, or procedure as an extended STIX object, in it we'll have fields that include, for example, the platforms that the procedure was seen on, so we can use OpenTide, its vocabulary itself. We can also embed the techniques, right? Because as we all know, procedures, at least from my definition, is a discrete time-bound adversarial behavior that is oftentimes a combination of multiple attack techniques, right? So all these critical metadata is embedded into these objects as a singular package, if you will. So as less losses as possible, right? But all that to say, we also baked in sequentiality, right? So based on report, we can say like this procedure started first and then it branched out to these multiple procedures using MITRE's attack flow, STIX schemas, sort of structures as well. So you can see those yellow lines there that denote sequentiality. So what is it really, what are we trying to solve here? Well, we're trying to solve a few use cases here. These are the two notable ones that we're trying to look out for, which is really to bridge, what CTI is doing, link that with, threat emulation, right? And so that they can apply the procedures and emulate that, as well as bridging that detection, right? So we can also backtrace what detection rules that we have created can be sort of traced back to which procedures, right? Additionally, another use case would be deep behavioral research, because we see a lot of different types of procedures out there, right? For example, VSS shadow delete copy, right? We all know there's a lot of mutations, variations of it. By sort of treating every single observation as a unique procedure and starting collecting on them, we can now actually analyze the mutation variations and tracing it back to potentially the specific intrusion sets, or just evolution of how these sort of procedures may have transferred from one group to another itself. So the sort of downstream use cases can be varied here. Again, for all it's worth, I have a working POC that if anybody's interested, please come find me afterwards. The goal is to open source all of this. The schema, the sort of procedures, the process that we're using to extract these procedures through deterministic and LLM nodes, right? Both nodes, a hybrid sort of approach, as well as like all our procedure findings and the database inside. So again, if anybody's interested, please come find me. Any sort of blunt feedbacks, comments will be very much welcome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi there. So my lightning talk is really fast, maybe 2 minutes. I'm Sandro. I'm from Apura, cybersecurity. I have 2 news. One is bad, one is good. The bad news that I will be cheering against Germany in the World Cup, the next World Cup. That's why I'm Brazilian. Yeah. And you have 4 World Cups already. We have 5, so we're probably going to tie some time, and our team is doing very badly last years. So, and the good news is that I'm here to talk about threat intelligence in other places of the world. So we are based in Brazil. We have offices in Miami as well. We have some business in Europe already, even Asia. We have around 500 customers. And we have, of course, our own way to doing it. I was seeing the first presentation by the owner of CTM 360, that's the platinum sponsor of this conference. It was very interesting because he's based on Bahrain. He does things also differently from European and American companies. And we do also something different. We collect a lot of data. We're talking about more than 20,000 agents and bots that we do, mainly focused on Latin American actors, of course, because Brazil, as you know, and Latin America, we are very concerned about fraud. Fraud intelligence is very important because usually, of course, cyber intelligence is also something relevant. But as you know, Latin American actors attack everywhere in the world. So if you need, this is the good news, if you need any information about those actors, we are used to, of course, collaborate with different law enforcement agencies all over the world and search. So Interpol, Europol, of course, the federal police in different countries, and also national search. If you need something, this is the good news. Just hit me. Of course, there are guys from CertBR around here. They are the correct place. Marcus and Marcelo, please raise your hands here for like network-related cyber stuff, but fraud-related stuff. Please connect with me. We are tracking actors for more than 15 years. The company has 15 years. So my name, I don't have a presentation. My name is Sandro Suffert. I'll be around. My email is sandro@apura.ai, IO. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see everyone so fresh in the evening. And if my memory serves me correctly, I think, Sandro, I had shared a Joey Satriani concert ticket with you in Copenhagen. We'll catch up later. All right, so folks, I hope you can see my screen. You cannot?
There's a preview on the floor in front of you. So you can see.
Now it's blank. Let's try again. Nothing? Well, bad start. All right, so I think I'll just wing it. Sure? Awesome. Okay. There we go. And let's go full screen. Okay, so naturally, I think you all heard the introduction. I'm the son-in-law. Mirza is a lot more eloquent than I am, but at the same time, I'll share a little bit of what we've been trying to do over the last few years. Naturally, it's an IOC-driven world, and of course, there's a lot of frameworks, there's a lot of TTP-driven intelligence as well. One thing which we saw, maybe where we can add a bit more dimension, is indicators of exposure, warning, and attack. And that's the premise for today. As a little quick introduction, I think you all have overheard or you're tired of CTM 360, the introduction, but at the same time, we're trying to build a lot and address problems technologically. As a quick introduction to me, I love guitars, and they're about patterns, and I love tennis, and they're also about patterns. Threat intelligence, it's also about patterns. And when something is about patterns, you tend to see things a bit more repeatable. Over the last few years, I think I've been doing these types of talks. Maybe periodically I pull them up. So this is from 8 years ago. This is from maybe 3 years ago. This is from 2024, and this is yesterday and today. The point is, in CTI, there is a lot of information. And what tends to happen is people get a little overwhelmed. You're always trying to make sense. You're trying to pivot, correlate, connect the dots. IOE, IOW, IOAs are a little more specific. The whole intention or the premise is every single data point should be relevant to me. Essentially, instead of trying to take triaging, alerting, investigation as a given, and managing SOC fatigue, analyst fatigue, how can we make it more specific? So IOE exposure, that's mainly about vulnerabilities, misconfigurations that can be seen in digital assets owned by you specifically. IOWs are warning signs that show up much, much earlier in the kill chain. And IOAs, indicators of attack, that is when maybe there's a live something. And you can see all of this in the external domain, be it a phishing site, be it an impersonation, be it credentials being leaked out. And of course, for today, I'll skip the TTP part. But indicators of exposure is step one. If you have a good inventory of what you own, that is about yourself. And if it's about me, that is high value, that is directly correlated to anything which I will see would be about me. In the industry, and there's a nice little stack, I think I'll invite you to the booth as well. IOEs are external attack surface, exposure management, security ratings, and there's a whole set of industries just centered around that. Indicators of warning, I guess, for yourself, for your third parties, there's a lot of different things which pop up as warning signs, be it as simple as a lookalike domain. And IOA, it's more about what data points are there which are not belonging to me, but they're in my name. They have some correlation to my digital asset, but they're not owned or managed or administered by my team. And that's the whole discussion. This is the concept. Feel free to drop by the booth. I just wanted to give you, I guess, the initial premise of this, and I hope this was useful. Thanks again.
Hello, hello. Hi, my name is Tom, and I have a couple of public websites to share. Can you pull up the first blog? It's up, okay. So I just want to pitch a topic that I'm really passionate about, and also will be presenting in a couple weeks at a first technical colloquium. So basically using NetBIOS names to cluster C2 IP addresses. Yeah, thanks for zooming in. So basically, if a Windows host, which is used for command and control, has RDP or SMB open to the internet, there are several services that scan the internet and can see the NetBIOS names used on that Windows host. And so I basically started clustering different malware campaigns, malware families, using NetBIOS names. And I'm actually interested in who's used that approach or who has done that. Nobody. I was hoping I find some people to talk about it, because I'm really interested in collaborating and sharing about this. Currently, I'm tracking just over 60 threat activity clusters based on NetBIOS names. So not quite 550 threat groups, as we heard before, but slowly getting there. Yeah, I'll be preparing a full presentation on this topic in 2 weeks. And you can actually go to the second website, which is the Technical Colloquium in Geneva. I hope some people who haven't heard about it find it interesting and can make it there. And here's kind of like the outline. So if you can look it up on the first event. If you find it interesting, you can come talk to me later. If you have access to data where you can link C2 infrastructure to known threat groups, I'd be happy to collaborate. I can share all the IOCs that I have and see if we can link any of those clusters that I'm tracking to any known threat groups. That's the part that I'm looking forward to collaborate. Yeah, go look it up. Hope to see some of you in Geneva in 2 weeks. And if there's any questions, out of time, but come talk to me. I'll be here until the end tomorrow. Looking forward to chat, and hope more people get interested in using NetBIOS names for threat clustering infrastructure. So next time we'll see some hands showing up. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Stefan, is he around? Yes, thank you.
So, I have prepared a lightning talk without slides, because have you ever seen a lightning doing slides? So, since this is a threat intelligence conference, when we are using threat intelligence, you've probably noticed that we need something to apply it to. So I am going to talk about a very sad topic, which is asset management. Sorry to bring it up. You hope to learn about threat actors, about cool 0 days, but no, we are trying to talk about asset management. When you've been working, for example, in the last few years with the Microsoft tool stack, you might have noticed something odd. You might have noticed that they provide you some tables, this is how they call logs, which always end with info in the name. For example, identity info, device info, and device network info, and so on. And you might have asked yourselves, okay, what are these? What do they want us to achieve by providing these tables or providing these logs? And then you took a look at these logs and you noticed that the answer is less phone calls, less encrypted integrations. Once in a while, these logs provide an entry about each account in a specific environment in the table identity info, where they pick up information from Entra and using Defender for Identity from Active Directory. And the other tables do the same for a device. They provide, in certain timeframes, information about the device itself and even about its IP address. I know that some old-timers here will say information from IP addresses I get from DHCP. But we have something which is called work from home, and the question is, do you get information from the DHCP server people have at home? The answer, of course, is no, and Germans would be very, very scared because data protection. So don't talk about this. And indeed, in an incident, you do not want to even get this information from third-party asset management. You don't want to search somewhere else, and most certainly you do not want to reach someone on the phone to talk about that asset because it just doesn't work. You will be too slow. You can't keep up with an attacker if you need to talk about assets in an incident. And from threat intelligence, we all know that attackers do their discovery on our own systems, and they just use around like maybe 50 commands, maybe 20, and that's all most of them need to make their decisions. So it seems someone at Microsoft said, hey, that's the way to do it. We just pick up some basic info from computers, from single sign-on systems, and we push it into a log, because security teams, they work with logs all the time. They stay within their context, they have all the information they want, and we do not disrupt their flow. So very nice. All is well that ends well. But what about those who are not using the Microsoft tool stack, or all of us who cannot easily deploy an EDR because our systems have a very specific certification and the EDR isn't certified and it's likely going to take around 40 years and most of us will be retired by then, or because indeed you just do not have the performance. So in order to solve this issue, like how do we get this information, we just need to ask ourselves one single question. What would China do? And you already know the answer, steal it. So there is a good idea and it's easy to adapt, so let's take it. And here in this example, the schemas for these tables are public, so in a way it's not stealing anyway. And we already know when China steals something, they also say it's just appreciating the original work. So to create such a log, you do not need an agent. You do not need any custom tool. What you need a script in a scripting language which is provided for the system. You need a schedule task, a cron job, and then you write information to a log. And you do not harm the systems, like very important for anyone concerned about performance, because the only thing you are doing is once in a while, you create one single log entry and you need very, very little performance in order to get that information. You will also not harm Active Directory by querying once in a while, every few hours, maybe twice a day, the Active Directory database. And you provide the information then as a result in the context that security teams love and use all the day, all time in logs. And if you put in a bit of effort, you can likely use the system's logging service, and you do not even need to create custom logs. You can try to use these old school stuff to write your own EFITA-X. You can use syslogs. You don't need to worry about third-party stuff. This is very important when you talk to admins who really have scary systems which, if you poke them, they crash. You give them something which is exceptionally transparent, which they understand. You do not give them a random third-party agent from a company they might not even trust, or that they simply do not want to try out because 10 years ago they had bad experience with Kaspersky, and these people never forget these. Yeah, even in their dying days, they will remember that at one time an agent caused issues. And there's one thing, you can actually think this further. Think about some time ago, if you had a table called npm info. You wouldn't have needed to talk to developers. You wouldn't have needed to roll out a custom enumeration script. You would have gotten all this information in a log, of course with some delay because you can't really query that all the time, but it would have made our lives certainly much easier. And maybe some people here would appreciate a table which is called agent skill info, maybe. In any case, just some food for thought. I think it's a good idea to have this information in logs and not in third-party asset stuff. So thanks a lot for listening, and yeah, enjoy the evening.
Thank you. JJ?
All right, thanks for bearing with me here. I'll get this set up. So I had these slides from the RHISAC Summit in Austin last week when I released the Mist browser extension that I wrote. Just wanted to go through the slide from that presentation. So like obviously the real workflow for everyone starts in the browser. Threat hunts, investigations, you're reading blog posts, malware reports, tool alerts, X threads. Then when an analyst sees an IOC, their instinct is to right-click and copy. But the reality of that to try to share is first log into our SSO portal, then open up MISP, then do an attribute search. And is that in the search bar here? Well, no, that's for the event info search. So then you got to go to the search attributes, paste it in there. Is there filters? What filters do we have? Or try to create an event, open up the form, submit the event, add the attributes, select your category type, your value, repeat. And the result of that is copy, paste, click fatigue, and ultimately being delayed in sharing any useful or timely information. I took the feedback from listening to the members on their problems as to what's preventing them from sharing, and put together the Mist browser extension. So this is a cross-platform, works on any Chromium-based or Firefox-based browser. The README is a little bare right now because I just wanted to get it out last week before the RHISAC Summit so that I could publish it, but installation instructions and then lightly documenting the different features. If we go into the browser extension, you can just put in your MISP URL, your API key, you can test your connection, lets you know what you're connected as, and then you can save that into the Chrome local storage. I know some people are like make or break on dark or light mode, so I had to include that as well. But if we go over, once we're configured, say we're reading a blog post, I want to check if there's an indicator that's been shared. We can go down to them. You can right-click on it after highlighting, and then just do search. If there's results, it'll pull up the search results in a tab. Right now it just shows the type, the value, the tags, and if there's any comments, as well as a clickable link to pivot directly into the MISP event from there. Additionally, say you didn't have any results and you wanted to share some indicators quickly, you can just copy, do a right-click, free text import. This builds the event, uses the free text import tool, opens this page, and you can click submit. Now you're not having to build all that. It just imports it automatically. Right now it just tags it as browser import from the page you're on, and then pulls them all into there like so. Also, if you're on a different page and you wanted to search for an indicator, do more advanced search, you can not highlight anything, right-click. There's a different context menu here. One will just open up your MISP that you've configured in a different tab. One, do an advanced search. You can add an event with the advanced search in here. You can do your search, add your category or type, filter by organization, certain tags. So say you want this combination of tags or these tags, but not these tags. You can apply date filters, set to search from, set to search up till this date, only search published, enforce your warning lists, and enforce the IDS flag only. And if you wanted to open up the event add form, another just a form to fill out. You can select which TLP tag you want applied. And then if you want it to be published or not, and then adding an attribute is as simple as just adding the plus, adding it in there. But yeah, that's what I've got for you, and I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We are almost at the end of the day, at least for the plenary sessions. I promise you I will make this quickly because, yeah, it has been a lot to process, to comprehend. What's next? We will have like a social event, a networking reception at 5:30. So, yeah, enjoy the evening. If we don't see each other today, tomorrow it will start 10 to 9. Hopefully everyone will survive the evening, the night, and yeah, see you all tomorrow or tonight.